Give a credit to United. I think they had a day where they didn't perform. Then you need to analyse the game and try to understand why. But
does it not come down to the approach, though, that is set from the start, Patrick?
I don't know if it's the approach. I don't know if the fact that they are in the top of the league and it's important for them not to lose the game, and maybe they stop playing the game to win the game. I felt that they are less aggressive going forward. There is a less energy in the team, and I think that is the change that I saw from Arsenal. But they're still top of the table. They still have 4 points clear. So it's important for them to stay calm, to stay composed, and to go back to basics. And go back to basics is like approaching the games, being on the field, and try to win games. Play to win the games. And you can lose games, but I think the disappointment today is that they didn't perform. They didn't play at the level that we all know they can do. So that is, I think, the frustration from myself and I think from the manager as well.
Patrick said at half-time that Arsenal need to be braver in the second half, but I don't know if you would feel like that they have to be braver overall. Do you think that they're going to have to change the way they go about things if they are to get over the line, Gary?
I'm torn a little bit because I think after the Liverpool game earlier on the season, I think I said that they needed to take the handbrake off because I definitely thought that there were more attacking players on the bench that could have been used. But I think we ask for patterns and combinations, don't we, sometimes in teams? We ask... Arsenal it gets levelled at Arsenal that they're predictable. But actually, it's what you actually want in the attacks from a good team. So you can almost, when City are playing really well under Pep Guardiola, or any team playing really well, you see repeat patterns and repeat combinations. So you see a lot of what they're going to... You know what Ødegaard's going to do, you know what Saka's going to do, you know what Trossard's going to do, which is a good thing in some ways. But also, if it doesn't go well, then you say it's predictable. And there's a bit of that with Arsenal. What I would say is the more instinctive players that they have, like Eze, Martinelli, Madueke, he's gone for the more positional players like Ødegaard, Trossard today, rather than those more instinctive players. And then when they've obviously gone 2-1 down, he's had to bring some of them on. But I would have liked to have seen Martinelli, Madueke and Eze come on all at once and just almost in some ways just go for it. When he made the substitutions, I just thought there was still a little bit of Mourinho coming on, a little bit of Ben White coming on that I thought, could you just gone a little bit more and sort of just gone full-on spontaneity and be a little bit less methodical?
People are starting to talk about the attacking numbers when it comes to Arsenal's forwards, all of whom are struggling to contribute what you would probably expect of a team that's chasing honours on 4 different fronts. Don't forget, Bukayo Saka not scored now in his last 13 in all competitions. Gyökeres without a non-penalty goal in his last 11 in the league. Martinelli not scored in his last 13 Premier League appearances. Madueke hasn't scored yet here. They recycle it a lot, don't they? They get into position and then they recycle it quite a lot in terms of... That's the only thing I would say about them. When did they put the ball into the box? Nketiah did it for the goal, and that's the only time.
I think they're overthinking everything, isn't it?
But what do you think when you see that graphic?
Well, that doesn't look good. But there's also a case where you don't panic. Some of your attacking players will go through spells like that. But if you step back and reflect and go... At the start of the season, this is the manager's job over the next few days. He's talking about the game during the week in the Champions League. Premiership is a lot different, obviously, the Champions League or whatever. Different competition, different mindset. They're top of the league in the Premiership. So that's the job, no players in the mindset. And these stats about players not scoring goals, but that can change quickly. Players, that's what happens. And obviously, they're very strong on set pieces. The big disappointment again, they've not turned up. They're giving up 3 goals. It's not like him. And 2 of them were absolutely brilliant goals. They gifted them one just before half-time. So I think he spoke well. And when they've had setbacks before, Liverpool earlier this season, they responded well. And they had a disappointment losing Aston Villa. And they responded well to that. That's the test of any team. So they're under pressure. They're at the top. They've been in brilliant positions over the last few years and they've come up short. So that might be in the back of their mindset. So that's where the manager and the staff will have to look at them and say, look, lads, keep calm, but when they are playing, again, particularly the last 3 league games, it has looked a bit predictable.
It's all about how teams set up against them, though. As you look at United today, they was in a low block at times, and they find it very difficult. Like Gary says, they're recycling the ball and can't find that killer pass.
But they've scored 2 goals at home. Like, if you scored 2 goals at home and you're top of the league or you're one of the top teams, you still think two goals at home would be good enough to certainly get you a draw, and most times a win. When we were at United, we were trying to go for league titles. The second half of the season, the manager used to always say to us, lads, you get 2 goals a game, you'll win the league. Because you're going to be pretty decent at the back.
They just can't panic though, can they? They're the top of the league. We're talking about online. They've just given away massively. The 4 points still ahead. Yes, the psychological battle is
United was a
very
dangerous
important.
game from today. It was I smelt it before the game today. United were always going to cause Arsenal problems.
Everyone talked about the fact that Arsenal needed a number 9 to get over the line this season after 3 seasons finishing runner-up, and it hasn't really played out like that in terms of the numbers that have been produced across the season so far. The top scorers list has Gyökeres on 5. This is just the league. Trossard on 5, but own goals actually is the joint third top scorer. Again, Patrick, is that something that Arsenal don't need to worry about at this stage? Or would you expect 2 or 3 to burst from that pack and put the numbers on the board to get Arsenal over the line?
I don't think you need to be worried. Of course, it's a concern because you want your number 9 to score goals to be like 2 figures. And that's not the case. And it is the concern. But you're still in the top of the league. So if you're in the top of the league, that means you're doing something good. So there's a collective game, and I think it's quite interesting to see so many other players with 4 goals, 5 goals. What they need, I think, it's how you can create for your number 9, how you can put your number 9 in a better position to create those chances and to score goals. By doing that is maybe to put more the ball inside the box. Sometimes I felt that, like Gary mentioned early on, they try to recycle the ball. And if you have this kind of physical presence, you need to put the balls inside the box because you never know. You can maybe score against, like an own goal you scored today. But I think they need to have more people inside the box. You need to put more the balls inside the box, especially when you are in the last 30 yards.
The positive for Arsenal is that people have won the title before without having a 20-goal striker, which a lot of people always think you do need. But it's not the case. The team that won it after Arsenal's last title was Chelsea, 0-4-5, and Frank Lampard top scored for them with 13, 3 of those were penalties. Gundogan, when City won the title in 2021 with 13, and so the list goes on, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, look, it can happen where you can get contributions from many different areas and you can get 8s and 10s from others from midfield. The one thing I would say about Arsenal being a striker, and it's similar sometimes with City when you watch Haaland, although he does get the goals to go with it, as Patrick's just said, you can't really picture what type of pass or cross Arsenal players play into the box that often. You know, with City back in the day, it used to be that De Bruyne and Silva would get to the byline and they'd get those pullbacks in, and you'd see those types of goals that would be scored. With Arsenal, at the moment, unless Saka comes in, you know, with a dribble and then he maybe just dinks one, I can't really see another picture of how you score goals, a lot of goals in this team, because other than set pieces, that's the only time really where you see balls getting put into the box directly.
I think Arsenal are a little bit too deep tactically. So when they lose a ball, Saka and Martinelli or Trossard go really deep, and then when they try to go on the transition, Man United, especially today, are allowed to get back into positions. So you go to the wing, Saka's getting doubled up, you go over the other side, Trossard, and everything's moving too slow. You're looking for that intricate pass right over the top, and it's just not, they're all set. You can talk about Arsenal all you want, but United actually defended really well. If you want to get the ball from back to front, they've got to do it a lot quicker. As soon as Arsenal look the ball, there's many occasions today when there was too deep. As soon as they get the ball, then having to fight the way to get the ball forward. Everything was just a little bit too slow.
It was a nervous performance from them. Look at the first goal they gave away. Centre-halves pinging into someone who's usually comfortable on the ball. And there was that nervous tension in the stadium. The closer you get towards the end of the season, that'll just get worse. So at this moment in time, and going back to the Liverpool game as well, they're not dealing with that very well. You talk about getting strikers. Haaland's got 20, but I'd rather be in Arsenal position at the top of the table and be 4 or 5 points clear. Absolutely. But there's also a case of don't panic. If you look at the table and what Arsenal players have done and where they're heading towards and all the other competitions they're in, but when you're home and there's that expectation and your Man United are coming to town, deal with it. And they didn't deal with that expectation and pressure today.
I want to ask Patrick about the nerves. Is it because it's been so long, do you think? And does that come from the stands?
No, I think it's one of the reasons it's been so long that Arsenal didn't win the title. I think when you look at the majority of the players here, they want to win it so badly. And of course, they're feeling the pressure and the expectation from the fan. And it's about how do you manage that expectation. And they all want to win it, I think.
So how do you manage that expectation?
I think it's to go back to basics. It's about how do you get to top of the table. You get to top of the table, that means you've been playing in the right way, you've been really positive and not changing the attitude. And we know that Arsenal has been a long, long time that didn't win the title. I think in the last couple of years, they managed to build this kind of experience, they bring quality players, and they have 2 good players in every position. So I think they have the squad to go and to win the title.
But that's the hard part, isn't it? The last bit is always the hardest bit.
Because they never did it. And I believe that the first time is always the most difficult one.
Patrick, can I ask you about that? Because when I first won a title, I had very experienced players who'd already won the title. And when you came to Arsenal, 98 will have been your first title. Right, yeah. But you had Tony Adams in the team, you had Nigel Winterburn lead. How important were those players in settling everybody down? Because the Arsenal players haven't got a Tony Adams or a Nigel Winterburn. How important were they to you? Really,
really important, especially when you're going through a difficult period. Because to win the title and to be playing well from the first to the last game of the season, it will never going to happen. It will have time and moment where you will lose a little bit of confidence and you're not playing well. So those kind of experiences are quite really important because they are the one who will keep the spirit higher and they're the one who will keep the togetherness together. And that is why, for me, they will be really important for Declan Rice to, because he's got the personality, he's an international player and he play with belief and he's got the strong personality on the field. So I think personally he will have a really important role to lift a little bit the mood of the team. And I think he will be. Today, don't it? He was quiet, but he was one of the best, I believe, on Arsenal side. I think he was the one who was going to challenges. He didn't play at his level, but I think he was the best Arsenal players today.
Patrick, you obviously know Mikel Arteta, and you've been a manager as well. I was thinking actually doing the podcast after him, what will he be saying now and what would he be doing tomorrow morning to try and reset everything? What do you think he will be doing?
I think first of all, I think what he will be doing is showing the table. You know, because you're still top of the league. So that means not everything is to throw away. Yeah. But at the same time, you have to analyze and to try to understand what did we do wrong to be losing points. And I think it's about making them understand how it's important to perform together as a team. But when you look at the performance of Arsenal's teams today, I think there is some key players who are not at their best. And that can be physical issues, that can be a lack of confidence. I don't think as a team they lost a lot, but I think the single players, individual players, not performing at that level to allow them to win games.
I have to pick up on something you said right before the game today, Patrick, which was now or never for Arsenal in terms of winning the title this season. What did you mean by that?
I think the team's been built in the last 5 years since Arteta was there, and you can see that the team's growing up year after year. I think Arteta in the last couple of years did a really good job. And I think they are today the best team in the Premier League. They are the best. When I say today or never, is because other teams are not doing well. And I think that's an advantage for Arsenal. They've been playing well since the beginning of the season. It will be sad to seeing them losing that kind of momentum. So that's why it's important to stick together, to create this togetherness to keep performing, because Liverpool are out of the title race. Chelsea, I believe, are still out of the title race. So it will be City and Aston Villa who can really challenge them. But that's why I believe that is an important year for them.
It does feel unthinkable, though, doesn't it, this season, that
if
they don't win it. It does feel a little bit like that. I understand what you mean by now or never, because it does feel like you've run that journey and you're getting closer, and then everyone falls away this season, which they have a little bit. City have never been as weak. Liverpool have gone.
Well, City go and get Semenyo and Mark Gay in their period of weakness.
And look, they're the danger. City are obviously the danger.
Does it matter how you win it? Once you get that trophy in your hands, Roy?
No, because
all forgotten?
No, of course not. But on the back of your medal, it doesn't tell you how many points you've won it by. It's just about getting over the line. And these are tests for Arsenal. And you're on about the manager. What will he do over the next few weeks for them? Because, again, momentum's a huge word in sport. But they've got a little bit of room to obviously slip up like they did today. So the manager and the staff jobs might be in the next week or two about taking it easy in training, a couple of days off. They've got a busy schedule. Games, obviously, huge schedule coming up, big games coming up. And you say, how can you do them? How can you take them opportunity to give them days off? You do it. You take a risk sometimes. You think, well, we should be in tomorrow. But the manager, Arteta, will have to look at his group and say, well, it's not necessarily physical stuff. It's just mental. Mix things, train up a bit, lighten it up. But then again, you need your top lads performing, and a few of them are just off it.
They've got a gimme game, haven't they, on Wednesday? Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? They've got Wednesday. They've got a game in Europe, which obviously is not that important. But I think Leeds away next weekend is really important.
Is it a case that when you're winning...
But we played for great managers, and they were brave enough to give you days off. And there's a bravery in that, because people think you should be in all the time.
Though, is there?
But that Leeds game's big.
Next weekend, yeah.
He's got to. I mean, look, he will prepare everything towards that Leeds game for his first 11. I think that game on sort of Wednesday will be. They'll want to win it because it's here in front of 60,000, but it definitely won't be a priority.
Yeah, but I think even as guests here, we're putting a lot of pressure on Arsenal. I understand they want to win it, but they are 4 points clear. In terms of we're saying, but we've just said though, Man City have not been performing at the level. Villa there or thereabouts, but other teams might slip up as well, you know.
Of course, yeah.
or they might have had their slip-ups
going back
already.
to Roy's point, end of the day, at the end of the season, it's about winning the title. We was there. We was up against your mob, United, and we had this disbelief going up against you, thinking, oh, they're going to do it again. And we had a few bad results. I remember one at Everton, where Yaya Toure was AFCON. And inside the dressing room, we was thinking, we've got no chance. And you have a bad result, like the guy said, it's how you react from it. It's not like Man City have gone 4 points clear. Arsenal still have a 4-point gap.
So what if we're putting pressure on?
We're not putting pressure on it. We're not,
the question was that Arsenal is to win. Arteta's doing a good job. He's been up against Slot with Klopp's team, wonderful team, and he's up against Pep, one of the best managers. No, I'm just saying. Every game with Arsenal, they must win. No, but everyone else is going to triple as well.
To be fair, I've predicted Arsenal will win the league, but I think the fact that they've drawn against Liverpool, drawn against Notts Forest, and lost against United is putting pressure on themselves. It's not us putting pressure on them. They've dropped basically in the last couple of weeks quite a few points. They've won 2 out of 9, so I don't think it's us putting pressure on them. I actually think Arsenal will win the league and they'll come through this. But it is right that there are questions asked right now, because they only won 2 out of 9 points against Liverpool, Forest and United, and I think questions will be asked. If they drop points at Leeds next week, further questions will be asked. It's natural.
Would you still be confident, Patrick, of Arsenal winning the league right now?
What do you mean?
Well, Arsenal win the league.
No, I still believe that. I was expecting Arsenal to win the game today, because at home against United, I was expecting them to win the game, and they didn't. I think that City had the difficult period. All those players will come back from injuries, and City will do really well, I believe, at the end of the season.
You're not sounding confident here.
It will be
blue on blue.
It's still really open.
Which dressing room would you rather be in now? Which dressing room would you be with the group of players you think that will win the league?
Arsenal, of course.
Yeah.
But who do you think will win it, though, Patrick? If you were saying today,
I think that Arsenal have enough. Even if I'm really disappointed about the performance today. I strongly believe that they will go to Leeds and they will win the game at Leeds. I think that Arsenal have enough to go until the end and to win the title. But obviously, if they don't win the game at Leeds, there will be more pressure, especially if City win the next game.
And even then, we're talking about
the question can
we're talking
change.
about Arsenal going through a difficult spell. Yeah, Liverpool, they drew, but kept a clean sheet. The Forest game can happen. You're going to go through difficult spells. And only for 2 brilliant strikes, really, in the second half, they probably would have got something out of the game. So it's definitely a case of not panicking. And I'll still be thinking, Arsenal to win that league. Absolutely.
Yeah,
You've got to get through the sticky patch. That's part of being trying to win the league. You're going to go through difficult spells. Don't panic.
But I think, I think they'll win the league as well. But until they win the league, there will always be questions about whether they've got the mentality to do it, because they've actually, to be fair, fallen at the final hurdle in the last 2 or 3 seasons. So they need to get over that line. I think they will, but there will be questions until they do it.
What surprised me, Gary, a little bit, you thought I'd be really nervous with 5, 6, 7 games to go.
Yeah.
There was really tension here with the support. Every time there was a sloppy pass, the fans were, and there's still plenty of games to go. As if they're getting nervous too early. You know what I mean? It's going to get a lot worse.
Yeah, but it was the same when we was going for league at Man City. It was the exact same.
That was just you, Michael.
It's different for you guys at the time. Speaking frankly, you guys were certified winners. When you're going for that title, there's a different nervousness.
Yeah, but that nervous energy, but that can drive you on, and a bit of fear. But when you have that, the whole idea when you're playing for Arsenal or Man United or big clubs, and you're playing in front of 60, 70,000, and everyone's nervous, then that's when you keep. Bravery is wanting the ball when you don't want it. We saw Arsenal players today really tented, nervous. But the reason you're playing for these big clubs is give it to me. I can deal with this. And they didn't do it today.
Just one more on this, Patrick, because I'd love to know, with your invincible season, the last time Arsenal actually won the league, were you nervous about winning the title, or did you feel that that was home and hose? And actually, was the anxiety around dropping that unbeaten
No,
run?
our confidence was too high. And we had the manager and the staff as well. This is why it will be really important for Michael and his coaching staff to remain calm and compose and not to put more pressure than Gary can put.
So is Gary.
But it will be important.
He's having a go at Gary Neville again, by the way.
Let me at him.
Listen, I see you outside.
That's enough in here.
You know what a
Roy.
really good manager would do? Take him go-karting and have a chat. Paintballing. Always works.
No, but to manage those difficult periods, and those difficult periods has to be quite really short. And that is why the manager and his staff, they will have a massive impact to play in the next couple of days.
Because it does, in the last 2 weeks, look like a team transformed.
Yeah, it does, obviously. And Harry makes a good point. They've got a lot of their players are back now. There's a full group. They've got full weeks together. There's no other distractions. They can focus on the league form. And they're producing. But as we know, you win 1-2 games for Man United, fantastic. Particularly to beat City and to come to Arsenal where... But I felt United would get a result today. I was thinking maybe more of a draw, but I always felt United would turn up, and they've got enough quality players. But they get that, they've got momentum now into their season, and all of a sudden you're looking at United and you're thinking, great chance of top 4. 1 or 2 months ago you're saying, no, I don't think they'll do it. But no, if they play with that confidence and belief, then you give the manager credit, you give his staff credit, and the players are turning up. Simple as that.
Would you give it Carrick then, now, Roy?
Job? No, you're being silly now. No,
No,
serious.
no, would you give him the job? He's had two great performances.
Yeah, 2 great performances, but anybody can win 2 games. That's what he does at the end of the season. And even if they do get into 4th, I still wouldn't be convinced he's the man for the job. Absolutely not. I still think they need a bigger and better manager. But he's got the opportunity. What a chance it is for him. And you know what? He's taking it. So, fair play to him.
Michael, we're here till 8 o'clock. We've got all that time to get into the weeds of Manchester United's future. But in terms of Arsenal, Patrick, what does this defeat do to their title challenge now? They're still 4 points clear.
They're still 4 points clear, but there's still some question about the mental strength of the team. I think that performance will be really disappointed because it's not the fact that they lose the game, but it's the way they lose the game. I think there was a lack of creativity. They didn't create enough. I think Saka on the right or Trossard on the left-hand side didn't produce enough to really create danger for United. So they will be, I think, in this situation, a leader to lift the spirit of the team. There will be this momentum where we will need somebody to make them understand that when they are on the field, they have to play. I think this is a team who are full of quality, and to play with more energy and to take more risk because they've got the quality. And it was a disappointed performance because I felt that they didn't play with this kind of freedoms to express themselves.
But in terms of leaders, Micah, they had the captain Odegaard on the pitch. They took him off before the hour mark in that quadruple change.
Yeah, but you lead in different ways, don't you? He leads on the field in terms of his creativity. Didn't really get into the game today. I think Patrick raises a good point in terms of that psychological battle, knowing that you want to win today. You win today, it puts you in good stead. And then it's against United. OK, they had a good result last week, but can you get over the line? There was a lack of urgency, a lack of energy, and a lack of someone who wanted to take the game to United, to get on the ball and make something happen. And that was the worrying thing. When you got Saka on the pitch, when you got Trossard on the pitch, Jesus had talked him up before the game, and he wanted one of those players to step up in the big games. And today, they went missing.
Do you know what that's called? It's pressure. Pressure's on Arsenal today. You see the other results, and they're in a great position. They've got everything going for them. They're doing really well in all the competitions, etc. And that's pressure. They're feeling the pressure. It's how they deal with it over the next month or two. That's what's cost them over the last few years when they've gotten themselves in good positions. And the sign over the last few weeks, now we're going back to the Liverpool game, the Forest game, and today, losing that momentum. If you step back, they'll have to have a reset and still step back and go, we're still in a great position. We've got to get our momentum back. And that almost little bit of confidence. I can't believe they don't look like a confident team where they are in the league and what they're doing in the other competitions. You'd almost have to sit in the dressing room and go, look, what's up with everybody? Play the game. They're obviously playing the occasion. They started getting a bit of joy when they were throwing the subs on and they were gambling, they were playing maybe off the cuff. You're thinking, OK, they got back to 2-2 and for a brilliant goal, they might have got a draw. So they've got to get back to basics and start embracing this challenge instead of being frightened of it.
Yeah. Manchester United persuasion who will be getting carried away. Could you have imagined when he took over, with those 2 fixtures looming, City at home, Arsenal away, that he'd come through that with 6 points? No,
not on any front. Not on the front of getting the points, not on the front of seeing the levels of performance. No, you wouldn't have expected that. It's been a remarkable turnaround, and you actually wonder how, in the short space of time that he's been in, he's been able to put that performance level into those players and how they've transformed it from what has been, to be fair, absolute guff that we've been watching for 6 weeks prior to it, to now watching what is real performances with a real familiarity to it with regards to the system, how they're going to play, the intensity of it, in control of games without the ball, and then obviously big moments in matches scoring goals. So I don't know what's happened. I mean, you know, you two have been managers more than I have. What could he have done in that period that basically has meant that Manchester United team have transformed from what they were to what they are? Because, to be fair, these 2 performances have been fantastic.
Well, I think it helps if you've got your best players available.
That's definitely significant, isn't it?
That's a big plus for him. And people like Maguire coming back in, you got your attacking options. The fact is, City had a bit of a weak game, Arsenal had a bit... All these little details do help. Because the one thing you would say with United's last 2 performances, they've certainly played with a lot of energy. They've had that look about them. It's the first time I've looked at them, because all talk during the season was United have no real distractions. But when I was watching the games, it looks like they've got loads of distractions. They weren't playing on the front foot. They weren't playing with loads of energy. But the last couple of performances, they certainly looked that way. And certainly their confidence and belief from the last performance today, even from the first few minutes, they had something about them. Again, the players go back to playing their positions. A settled team, they played the same 11 from last week. And confidence and belief in players is huge.
Last week you said, Roy, it's one result.
No,
it's just
2.
one result.
Yeah, no,
now it's 2 results.
2 big results.
And at what point did then it become irresistible that Michael Carrick has to become a really strong part of this conversation about United's future?
I think if United win every game from now till the end of the season, I still wouldn't be giving him the job.
Why?
I just think they need something, a bigger, more experienced manager. Simple as that. Carrick could win every game. Timing coming into the job was fantastic for him. And he said it, yeah, he's enjoying it. But you enjoy management when you're winning football matches, of course. But I think the size of the club and the challenges they face over the next few years, because really, I know I've heard Jamie Carragher mentioned the last few weeks, you want a manager who you feel will come in and get Man United winning league titles. Are we all going to sit here and believe Michael Carrick can get United winning league titles?
Well, we've got evidence of the last 2 weeks.
I know, but that's still not enough for me. If you think on the back of 2 wins he warrants the job, then that's your opinion, and I'm entitled to mine. I don't believe he's the man to get Man United back winning league titles.
Does previous experience matter, Patrick? Everyone's talking about a more experienced figure, and Gary has made that point as well. But sometimes does the job fit?
Yeah, I think you have a young manager, maybe with no experience, who deserve to have a chance. I think you look at that Inter de Milan with Christian Chivu, who is on the top of the league in the Serie A, and he's doing a good job, and I think he will win the league. So I think a young manager can be successful in a club like Manchester United, and through his career at United, and of course he will learn, but I think in the last 2 games that he played against City and against Arsenal, we saw some really good decision-making. And when you look at today, the injury of Doku, and then he bring another striker, maybe another manager will go a little bit more defensive and to accept to defend. But no, he put 1 more striker, and I think that is brave from his part. And it's not an easy decision. So I think he deserves to have a chance to manage
but Patrick,
United.
we discussed this last week. There's loads of examples of young managers getting an opportunity and doing really well. But there's more examples of managers getting a job and not doing well. We can all handpick. We could pick 5, 6 managers here, young managers who've gone into a job and done a brilliant job. But there's loads of examples of managers.
I don't think.
And you mentioned clubs
I don't think
they're different to Man United.
I don't think being young
or inexperienced,
inexperience should be enough. Pep Guardiola was at Barcelona, second team,
I can name you 50 examples where a manager got a job and they didn't work out. Everyone mentions Pep or Zidane.
but he deserves a chance.
I think
and then time will say if he's good enough for United or not.
Look, I played with Michael Carrick for a number of years, and to be fair, enormous amount of respect, time for him, love for him. I think he's a really good person. He's a fantastic football player. He's understated. He's composed. He will not get too high or too low. A few weeks ago, before the first game, I think everybody in football thought that a really successful thing would be for Michael Carrick to hold the baton for the rest of the season, do a really good job, put some happiness back into the players, put some happiness back into the fans, put the happiness back into the team, get the performance levels and try and get them into Europe. And if he does that, hand the baton up. That was what everyone was thinking 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Manchester United have acted emotionally a number of times in this last 10 to 12 years. I honestly could not be happier about the last 2 weeks. It's the familiarity of what I'm watching feels to me like I'm watching my team play again, properly. Forget the fact they've won the games. They've just played properly how I would expect them to play, with an intensity, an energy and a quality. So I think it's right that Michael Carrick, to be fair, keeps the job to the end of the season, hands the baton over to a Thomas Tuchel, a Carlo Ancelotti, someone of, that world-class ilk. That's what his job is now. Michael's an unemotional guy. He'll realise that what I'm saying here is something that I said 2 weeks ago.
Surely when it matters, Gary. You just said they're the fact the way they're playing. They played at Bournemouth a few months ago and they drew 3-3 at home. And you said you were pleased with that. But you're at Man United. The reason you play for these big clubs, it's about winning football matches.
Yeah, I get that, Roy. But to be fair, you also at that club need to be entertained. You cannot play drab football that's boring and, to be fair, that's really difficult to watch.
We've got to go, unfortunately. They're turning the lights out on us as well.
NFL on us.
We are passing on to Super Sunday Extra Time. That is coming up next
on
Sky Sports
I'm not putting pressure on
Bye for now.
I'm not putting pressure on Arsenal. He said no one ever.
You've made those Manchester United supporters very happy indeed. On the back of what you did in the derby, how special a result and performance was that?
Yeah, definitely. It was absolutely massive. We know that, obviously, the first game, the derby, at Old Trafford, you always get up for them, and you know that one-off results can happen, so we had to back it up today, and we spoke about it before the game, coming to the league leaders who have been excellent this year, I must say, and we asked a lot of questions of you, and to come here to have the setback late on as well, and to go and get the winner was a magnificent performance.
Yeah, Matthias, like Harry said, a setback late on, 2-2, looked all set up for Arsenal to push for the winner, but it was you that got it. What your most special moment in a United shirt so far?
100%. I think this kind of games, the games then we dream to play. When I come to United, of course, like these are the games that we watch on television and want to be part of that. And yeah, of course, I think this is one of the best moments for me here.
Yeah, so like you say, it is a game you watch on television. You dream of scoring the winner in a game like this. What does it mean to do it?
Everything is exactly what I try to feel when I come in these kind of games. Always, they say it's to big players, and to be part of that, like have teammates like Harry, everyone here, the leaders, always teach me how is the feeling, and to be here in the pitch now and then help them to conquer this win is everything.
Harry, what on earth has happened in the last 12, 14 days?
Yeah, obviously Michael's come in, he's been brilliant with us, he's brought fresh energy and the group's really galvanised, and obviously 2 tough games. Everyone probably thinks we come away with them, we're not many points, but to win both is magnificent. Obviously we've got a much bigger squad now as well. We've got the lads back from AFCON, and obviously got players like Matthias coming off the bench who I'm sure he's not too happy sat on the bench the last couple of games. I know what he's like and he wants to play, but I must say he's made the difference in the 2 games. He's come on against City and changed the game, and today again he's made the difference for us, and it just shows the squad of players and the attacking talent that we have now that can come on and do that.
Well, that's it, Matthias. I mean, if you're on the bench and you're not happy about it, you come on and do what you've done the last 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what I took with Carrick now, but I know like the quality of the group. Everyone has the quality to play. Everyone wants to play, of course. But yeah, the important decision is help the team. Come here every single minute that you have is to give everything to help this team, to help the teammates. I think we did well today also.
Harry, could I just ask you one last question about your opponent today? You said they give you all sorts of different problems, but from certainly the minute you went 1-1, did you sense there was a nervous situation here, something you could exploit?
Well, I thought the first 20 minutes they started really well. They put us on the back foot so much, but we watched the game we knew against Liverpool, and they did the same in the first half there. But after 20 minutes, I felt like we got a grip of the game, and we started being a little bit more brave on the ball. And when we started playing through the middle, and we're playing finding passes through the lines. I felt like we could really open them up, and I think we was comfortable the second half. Obviously, their biggest threat was set plays. They managed to score one. Obviously, it was a scrappy goal to concede, something that we'll have to look at. But like I said, we have quality that we can hurt teams, and we've managed to do that today.
Still singing behind you.
No, these fans deserve it. It's been a tough couple of years for them, and results like last week and tonight or this evening is what they deserve.
Well done. Matthias, you're the match winner. Harry's our player of the match. You're all right passing that on?
You deserve me. All the best.
But yet again, lots of contenders for the player of the match in that Manchester United team. And Harry Maguire, what a renaissance from him as well. Back in the side last week after a 10-game absence, kept out Manchester City, and he's managed to help his team get over the line here against Arsenal.
Start by taking you back to that full-time whistle on Saturday. What was the main emotion for you?
No, obviously, I'm really happy feeling. Obviously, I know how important are the derbies here, and especially in Old Trafford. The fun was crazy. I think we played a very good game, and at the end we get the reward.
You talked about the fans there. I always think, particularly as a striker, in the Manchester derby, you have the ability to make so many millions of people across the world so happy. Is that something you think about, a responsibility you think about a lot?
Yeah, obviously, as a striker, you have to think about this. Make people happy by scoring, help your teammate to score, help the team to win at the end also. But I think the defensive part is also important because we all attack as a team and we all defend as a team. So, I think, this was a team performance as well.
Is there any better feeling, particularly when you've spoken before about wearing a United shirt as a kid and then scoring in that game? Is that feeling one of the best you've had in football so far?
Yeah, obviously, because I always knew like the fun was very good here. They really love the club, and just being able to score at Old Trafford is a crazy feeling.
You mentioned there about defending and attacking as a team. I want to ask a bit about your role in that game because you played in more of the central false nine role. When did you know that was the plan, first of all?
I knew it the day before the game.
The day before?
Yeah, but as I always said, I think it's important to play different positions in the game. And I've been able to play a bit this position at Brentford as well. So I knew a bit how to do it, anyways, like everywhere the gaffer puts me, I will try to do my best.
So what changed for you in that game, having to play in that role?
Obviously, you can't see the game the same way because when you play down the line, you must see everything every time. While when you're in central, you like constant have something in your back. It's a bit more of a awareness thing to be able to see who is behind you, who is not, and.
Did you enjoy it? Is it something you want to do, or are you happy to be adaptable and, like you said, as long as you're playing and helping the team? Yeah,
of course, as I said, as long as I can help the team, I'm happy. Every offensive position, I like them because, as a striker, as a forward, you want to be part of the attack.
So before the game, was there a lot of focus on the tactical side of things, or was it more about just tapping into the emotion?
It was a bit of both, obviously, because we need a little bit of tactic for sure. But as well with the emotion, try to keep the fans with you, because we know they can help you a lot, they can help us a lot, and that's what we try to do.
So what was the message? Because afterwards, a lot of fans and a lot of analysts as well said it looked like it was back to basics, a simple approach. So talk me through what that looked like from your side and what the manager wanted to instill in you for that game.
Yeah, I think we obviously had quite a lot of informations, obviously, but
was it quite a lot to take on in a couple of days?
Because of course it was a lot of changes also. So we talked about some tactics, build up, defending, how we want to press as well. So Obviously, this is something new, but yeah, I think we, with some good words and a lot of positivity, we've been able to do it.
So what would you say those main changes have been?
Well, I think a bit of everything, I would say. Trainings are different, mentality are different. Yeah, but we know we have only one aim and one way to go, and we have to do everything to do it.
You said their mentality is different. What's that shift been? Is that coming from the manager because he's someone that knows the club and understands the DNA of the club so well?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of everything. Obviously, like everyone has his own character, thinks differently, obviously, and yeah, of course, the new manager knows the club very well because he's a legend here as well as a player. So yeah, I think everyone wants to try to do his best as well.
You were away when everything was changing and going on. What was that like as a player? Because you're probably getting communication just over the phone. Is it difficult? Was it difficult to be away?
Yeah, a little bit, of course, because you don't really know what's happening, and you're as well focused on something else. So it's a bit hard to take on. But yeah, I think yeah, since I'm back, yeah, there is a lot of changes, as I said. But yeah, I try to stay focused and work as well as I can. Yeah, to talk a bit about Ruben, I think I'm really grateful of what he brings to me, bringing me to the club here. And obviously, I was really happy, and I always try to work as hard as I could under him. And yeah, it was really nice to meet him.
Is there a feeling that regardless of who's in charge and who the manager is, that there needs to be more from the players? Because I think that's something you saw on Saturday. It was the running, it was the aggression and really the mentality. So regardless of who's in charge, that needs to be the bare minimum.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, to talk about the past as well, Ruben was always telling us to work hard on the pitch, and I think that's what we've done. And so that's why now with Michael, I think this is a basics who is already built. So yeah, everyone is trying to help the teammates, running really hard, and yeah, I think we have a bit more chance to win games that way.
And with Michael Carrick, your manager now, has that come across, just how passionate he is about the club? Is that something that he's really trying to instill in all of you?
Yeah, of course, we know this club is a big part of his life, and he tried to give it to us in his way, obviously, now as a coach, and we try to take as much as we can.
What's he been like behind the scenes? Is he quite a calm character?
Yeah, obviously, he seems like a good guy. We spend now a week together, and yeah, I'm ready to work.
I want to talk about your relationship with Bruno Fernandes, because you saw the link up between the two of you at the weekend. Do you think that's something that's really building now?
Yeah, of course, everyone knows Bruno's quality. He's a very good player who can make great passes and always make the good choices on the ball. So I always try to do the best run for him to give me the ball or to create space for another one. And I know with his quality, he can decide who to give it. And I think it's almost always just.
And Kobbie Mainoo in that game as well, his running statistics were through the roof. He covered so much ground. It's his first Premier League start of the season. What do you think that performance said about him as a player and a character?
Yeah, before I came, I heard about him a lot, and in the trainings and obviously in the performance this weekend, yeah, I was not surprised because he's a very good player, and he has I know he's got like a margin of progression, and yeah, if he keeps going, it's going to be a really good player.
And playing alongside him as well was Casemiro, and he confirmed that this would be his last season at the club. When did you hear that news, and how did you feel about that?
Yeah, he sent us a message before to official it on socials, and yeah, of course, he's a big legend, and yeah, I'm very happy to come here in United to meet these kind of players, and he's one of them, and yeah, I'm really happy to meet him, and I know he's gonna fight until the end to help us to reach our goals.
There's a big smile on your face as soon as I said his name. He's clearly someone you get on well with.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I try to learn from the best, obviously, and he's one of them. And yeah, he's a really good person who try to help me on the pitch, outside the pitch. So yeah, I'm really good with him.
It's Arsenal up next at the weekend. Best defence in the league. Are those the kind of challenges as a striker that you love?
Yeah, of course. You want to play against the best defenders, best teams as you can, and yeah, Arsenal is one of them. So we're gonna try to do our best.
I like how you said I'm there, because it seems like it's a team that you'd love to score against as well.
I love to score against.
You've scored against them before when you were at Brentford,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. But I love to score against every team. So I would say not only Arsenal, but yeah, it's always good to score on the big games.
Your manager said when he first did an interview with Sky last week, if you don't want the expectations, this is not the club to be at. Is that the feeling you have, especially when you go into big games like that? Yeah,
of course, because yeah, as a big club, you have to think about the win and winning every game. So yeah, we can't go there and just relax.
I want to finish by talking a bit about your life away from the pitch, because obviously football is such a big element. But what's an ideal day off for you? What do you like doing?
An ideal day off.
You're like, I don't get many of them.
I would say, yeah, just waking up like a bit later than usual.
Having a lion.
Having a French breakfast.
Okay.
Then, yeah, just laying down on a series, on an anime, and then some video games.
Some video games? What video games are you into?
At the moment, I play Apex Legends.
I'm talking like I know what these are, but we'll go with it.
Apex Legends, League of Legends as well. And, yeah.
There was a lot of talk about you having a piano at Brentford. Have you carried that over here? Have you managed to get one at the Man United training ground yet?
No, not yet. But I bought a new one at home.
Okay.
And yeah, sometimes I play a little bit as well.
Have you played for any of your teammates yet? Got them involved?
No. I'm too shy for this.
You're too shy?
Yeah.
Are you quite a shy character? Is that how you describe yourself?
It depends. Like, when I know, then it's easier for me. At the start, I'm always a bit like on my own. Not on my own, but like, I don't know the word.
More introverted when you don't know someone.
Yeah. But when I start to know everyone, then it's the real me.
But on the pitch is where you show your character and your mindset.
Yeah, exactly. I try to help the teammates by talking every time, and yeah, but the piano is different. It's completely different.
The piano you want to keep to yourself.
Yeah.
And 6 months here at Manchester United now, is it gone quickly? Do you feel really settled here now?
Yeah, I think he gone really quick, to be honest. I'm enjoying a lot here. Settled in my house, and yeah, coming here every day, walking. It's the best feeling.
Last question. There's a big trend at the moment around 2016. I know you got shown a picture of yourself, but if you could go back to 2016 when you were starting out your senior professional career, what would you say to that Brian?
I would say to him, you can be proud of you.
I love that. Really proud of yourself. Well, thank you very much for joining us
today.
Much. Best of luck for the weekend. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
After that. Well, first of all, you have to congratulate Man United for the victory. It happened in a really strange way, to be fair, because we were very dominant in the first half an hour, scored the goal, had another 2 brilliant chances to score. And then we gave them the goal, which is very unusual from our side. And that changed and shifted the momentum and the energy a little bit. After that, we dropped the standard, especially with things that we have to do much better with the ball, and the game wasn't in that much control. And then they had 2 magic moments. I mean, the 2 goals that they scored from Dorku and Cunha Credit to them, because in big games you need those moments. And we were carrying a little bit of that negativity a little bit, and the lack of fluidity that we needed. But we made the changes, we created some momentum, scored the 2-2, and you could feel game on. Everything changed immediately. The next action on is 1-against-1 in the 6-yard box. We expect, okay, we're gonna get from there. It goes to a goal kick, they close the structure, one long ball, one pass, and Cunha scores and changes again the momentum and the shift of the ball. So a really painful one, but it's now time to be very, very close to those players that are giving us so much joy, performances, and it's time to be very, very close to them and support them, because we all want to win.
So from 1-0, and as you say, control of the match, I don't think anyone would dispute that. Can you tell us in what areas the standards dropped?
Well, especially with the ball, with simple things. Every time we regain the ball, what we did with that ball after regaining it, certain clearances that stretch us on the pitch. And it's a team that the moment they have a space and the ball lands, especially to certain players, they are very dangerous, and we knew that. So yeah, we have to learn from it. Defeats are part of winning, and you have to take them like this, because they need to be reminded how good they are.
Is that almost your message to the supporters as much as anything? The players need you now.
I don't have to do that, because they know. We need them in any moment. Is when we don't win. After it's easy, but when we draw or when we don't win or lose a game, that's the moment that we have to show really the togetherness, the unity, the energy that we're going to put it to get where we want. And defeats are part of that for us and for any team.
Do you think from 1-0 it got tentative, it got nervous? Do you think was it the weight of what you're trying to achieve that affected maybe the atmosphere and certainly the performance?
I wouldn't use that word, because we played in Stamford Bridge in the semi-final. We were brilliant against Inter, one of the best teams in Europe. We were brilliant. But sometimes you don't have that day, and we don't have that day. We have to do the simple things much better than we've done today. And on top of that, when you look at the goals and the goal that Dorco scored from there, with that angle, someone chasing the top corner, because the only place he can put it. Sometimes you have to give credit to the opponent as well.
Yeah, obviously we can, over my shoulder right now, you can see that second goal. Yeah. Handball?
I haven't looked at it. It's fine. It's gone, and we can do nothing about it.
Do you think how you react to this as a team, maybe even as a club, is going to define if you have the season you want to have and achieve what you want to achieve?
But we have to do what especially the players deserve, which is to be very close to them and remind them every day how good they are and how much joy we're having next to them. And that's exactly that. And I take responsibility for everything, and we move on, and in 3 days we have another game.
Is there anything, maybe you don't think they need this, but do you feel like they need freeing up, and is there anything you can do to help them with that, whether it's tactical or whether it's emotional?
I don't think so. I think they're free. 3 days ago, how free and fluent they looked in Milan, it was unbelievable. So no excuses. We accept the defeat, we congratulate the opponent, and we move forward.
Still top of the league.
Thank you.
United manager look very easy. How proud were you of that performance?
Yeah, massively proud. I think it was different to last week. Two very different games. As I said to you before the game, it was going to be different today, and they put us under a lot of pressure in different ways, and we never probably had as much genuine regular threat as we did last week within the game. When I thought there was periods when we did look really dangerous, and to come here and to score 3 goals, and in the manner we did, with the going 1 down and coming back, and then the setback, and then keep going, and Mateus with a huge moment for us, and the boys had to put an awful lot in today. It probably didn't come as easy as it wasn't easy last week, but the flow of the game and the momentum was with us pretty much the whole time. This one we had to dig deep, and it was a massive effort, and I'm really proud of them.
So after 20 minutes, half an hour, how did you start to turn the flow of that match?
We understood the start of the game was going to be a little bit like that, as much as we tried to turn the momentum in our favour. I think we understood how the game was going to go and the flow of it, and I thought we started to take the ball and connections through the pitch and had that composure and a few moments probably gaining a bit of confidence as well, which is understandable. And actually probably we were having a decent spell, and we just seemed to have come into the game when they scored, and which was disappointing. But again, showed the character to come back. And there were stages in the game we had to defend. You know, they make you defend the box really, and it's challenging at times. But I thought we had definitely enough in the game to keep believing in the confidence, and always fancied us to score.
In terms of game plan and maybe where the spaces were, I know you said it's obviously different to last week, different type of game, but can you talk us through that, how it was different?
That's different in so many ways. I think you know, the whole atmosphere last week and from the start, and kind of you ride that wave, and emotionally you kind of on a constant high in some ways. Today, obviously coming away, we had to kind of create our own energy between us, and the away fans in the corner were incredible. So there's that element, playing away from home, and understanding the kind of the phases of the game, really, how it's going to develop, and being patient when you've got to, and being disciplined at the right time. And yeah, I thought we took the ball at times really well, and played forward, and really positive, and got the rewards from it.
You're starting to see some really good connections within the team. Look in midfield with Casemiro and Mainu. The two wide guys, the way they could connect and help their fullbacks as well, that was key last week. Would you say key again today?
Yeah, definitely. There was all sorts of little connections throughout the pitch. I think partnerships and units that was really strong, and it's been 10 days, you know, so it was never going to be perfect, and we couldn't expect to come here and all of a sudden dominate the whole game and the ball. And you know, we're just starting off really, and so it's a great starting point, but we need to put some layers on top really, and we'll try to do that in the coming weeks.
How have you done this, Michael? It looks and feels a team and a club transformed at the moment.
Yeah, I give a lot of credit to the staff and the players, I have to say, in terms of how much they've invested and how much they've bought into it. And it's all right trying to help them and say certain things, but they got to live it, you know, and they have done. I think you've seen that, boys coming off the bench making a difference, and so it's a real collective feeling, and it's great when it comes together and everyone's in it, and we can celebrate with the fans at the end. I think it's important, and it's a big moment. And my kids were in there. They're not so kids anymore, but they were in there. So
they were in the away end, were they?
In the away end. So even that in itself, you know, is it's emotional. It's the passion. It's the excitement of these type of games, and to come out on top's fantastic.
Did you have a moment? Did you, when you were looking? I saw you were in the corner, obviously, to thank the fans. Did you spot your kids?
Yeah, I seen them.
Just a little bit of eye contact.
Yeah, no, I seen them. Yeah, it's nice, you know. They were going as crazy as everybody else, and it should be like that, you know. We won't obviously celebrate, obviously, with respect to Arsenal, and we're in their stadium, but I think when you have a result like that, I think it's only right we go and appreciate the supporters, and we certainly did that.
Yeah, and it's worth remembering, you're not just a Manchester United manager, former player, you're a fan, season ticket holder.
Yeah, I am.
Well, I guess
there's two sides of it, you know. There's obviously the emotion of that, and then, like I said from day one, I'm here to do a job really, and make the team as best as we can, and to have that connection two ways is special.
You know everyone's going to get giddy. I'm sure you won't. But are you starting to see? You said from the brilliant performances you had, you can already see layers you can add to it. So are you starting to see a long-term project you can get your teeth into here?
It's not that I'm starting to see. I think coming here less than 2 weeks ago, you know, I said we'd make every decision for the greater the good and the bigger picture for the football club, and my job's to try and keep improving the team and keep adding to it, and not getting carried away with two massive results, two huge results and big performances, and it's always about what's next that really matters, and keep our feet on the ground and keep doing the right things this week.
Would you like to do it beyond this season?
Listen, I'm enjoying it. You know, it's a fantastic position to be in. What happens next is I'm not going to be answering it every week because it is what it is. But at the moment, I'm really enjoying it, and I'll continue to do what I can.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Vitality Stadium to Bournemouth. The Sunday Times front page of their sports section says Bourne supremacy. 95th minute was when Adley scored that winning goal. Mark, extraordinary game at the Vitality Stadium. If you can look at it one way, it was 13 games unbeaten in all competitions for Liverpool going into it, but it masks the fact that the previous four before this defeat were all draws in the Premier League. Is the feeling, maybe, of discontent from the Liverpool fans towards Arne Slot maybe just growing a little bit?
I think it is. I think, Liverpool fans will give their manager a bit more time, especially one that's won the Premier League title, as he did last season. But the grumblings from Liverpool fans are that the style of play is boring, basically. It's a bit more predictable than it was last season. It's obviously Jurgen Klopp had this fantastic way of playing, and Liverpool fans had 5 or 6 of the best years of their life watching the Klopp football. Slot came in last year and a bit of a hybrid. He kind of evolved Liverpool, won the title, but still, kept playing the Klopp way a little bit. But this season he's gone back to how he wants to play, and it's just too predictable. It's not as exciting, and it's not getting the results. So, again, a bit like the Thomas Frank situation. If the football's not very good and the results aren't great, then you're going to lose the support of the fans. I think generally Liverpool fans don't want to turn just yet, but as the results keep going like that, a lot of individual mistakes. Virgil van Dijk, again, he's had a bit of a bad season, Van Dijk. I think at times Van Dijk is untouchable in the sense of criticism. It's always like it's Konaté's fault, or it's Frimpong's fault, or it's Kerkers' fault, but it's usually Virgil van Dijk's fault this season. And yesterday it was, I know it was windy, but still it was his fault. And I think when your best player, your captain, is making mistakes on a regular basis, then that obviously affects the team. And Arne Slot, as much as he's struggling right now with certain situations, if your captain is playing like that, and you can't drop Virgil van Dijk because there's nobody coming to play in his place, you've got a problem. But is that Slot's fault? Is that the people above him who didn't sign Mark Gray? So everybody at Liverpool can take a share of the blame for the situation right now.
And I think, obviously I can't speak for the whole fan base, obviously, but I think a lot of people in the Liverpool fan base are setting their sights more at the sporting directors and the direction of the squad than they are at Slot himself at the moment. And that might change, and I think results like yesterday, as you said, Darmish, that's not going to help, obviously. But I think fundamentally, if you look at Liverpool's squad, it's just really unbalanced. And they spent all that money, and it's a bit of a mess now. And you look at the wingers, there's basically only Salah for the right wing because Chiesa effectively won't play no matter what happens. Slot doesn't want to play him. The other backup winger is Rio Nagumo, who's effectively a child, and Cody Gakpo is struggling. So the wingers are weak, and they've lost Diaz, obviously, from last year. Nunez wasn't the most popular player among sort of the wider football fans, but Liverpool fans really appreciated Nunez and what he brought to the team. And obviously, the tragic scenario of Diogo Jota, which nobody could have prepared for, and none of us can ever fully understand how hard that was to deal with. But fundamentally, the squad last year was much better balanced, a much better place to compete than it is right now. And Mark mentioned the centre-back situation. That has to be one of the biggest sort of mistakes made by any club this summer, to not have got that Gakey deal done over the line, get it sealed long before the deadline was even an issue. And to not have that, Konaté's had a poor season. Van Dijk, as you say, is really struggling. They've not got the backup. And also, I think you mentioned it yesterday, Mark, when we were talking about it, Jarell Quansah was sold. A really talented young England international was sold before they got the replacement in, and then they were unable to do that deal. And yes, Palace took it out of their hands to an extent, but from Liverpool's point of view, it should never have got to that stage where it was a few hours to go and a crunch decision.
Just picking up on what Sam was saying there, Carl, Slot seems to be taking all the heat at the moment. We can compare it a little bit to Thomas Frank and what Sam mentioned before. There are a lot of other issues going on at Tottenham Hotspur. But just on that recruitment is, £450 million spent, and yet we are still talking about gaping holes in that Liverpool squad. Should there be much more heat than there is on the people above Arne Slot?
Certainly think so. I certainly think Liverpool's summer window was the equivalent of skipping leg day or not eating your vegetables. They've just avoided 4 or 5 really, really important things within their squad. You took a player like McAllister, who had hernia surgery in the summer, and it took some time for him to get back up to full speed as well. I think he's getting closer to his best, but he's got far too much work to do in central midfield. There was that experimentation to get Ryan Gravenberch further forward, where he was so effective last season as being a holder and a shuttler as well. So this is a team that, because of the signings made, is top-heavy, but also the way Slot is organising this attack. I mean, I've heard many a Liverpool fan go, why is Cody Gakpo getting so many more touches of the ball than our 2 brand new expensively purchased strikers? So a lot of things to get sorted out, and I'm wondering how Arne Slot goes about sorting it.
It's a good point you make, though, Darmish, because at the start of the season, when a club has a good window, it's like the sporting directors are great. What a network they've got behind the scenes. But when it's not going well, the manager's wasted all that money. And it doesn't really tally, because the manager nowadays, or the coach, has less and less say in who they sign. It's almost like, right, I want this position coming, I want that position coming, and the club will go and buy them. Arne Slot would have wanted a centre-half, he's made that clear, but the club failed to get it. So it's on the club, not him. It's not like 20 years ago where a manager was all powerful and would get the deals done. It's now people above him, and so the clubs can have it both ways. And the sporting directors and directors of football, if they fail to get people in, then don't be surprised if the manager or the coach struggles to get the results they expect because they've left him with an imbalanced squad.
Carl, the Lewis Steele from the Mail on Sunday kind of alludes in a way to how Liverpool's recruitment has gone, because he says Liverpool are the Premier League's answer to Bazball. Yeah. 1 minute they are a joy to watch and look like a team ready to conquer the world and win trophies galore. The next they are anything but, and their performance makes one think another root and branch inquest is necessary. Does that sum them up just at the moment?
I think it's a fantastic summation of Liverpool's current travails. They've unfortunately got a glass jaw right now, and it was a difficult window they had to address. Because Trent Alexander-Arnold was leaving, they had to rework how their right-hand side was going. Also because Andrew Robertson perhaps couldn't get up and down the field in the same way he wanted to as well, they were going to have to rework their left flank at the same time. So that they did that in theory by getting Kirkes and Frimpong, but also the knock-on effect of those signings and how they played had massive alterations on everything. I mean, I was sat with a Liverpool fan watching this game, and they commented about how the balls Mo Salah is getting. He's getting the ball in different areas in the final third, and he's also not getting the passes in the same fluency that Trent Alexander-Arnold get him. He's having to run around a bit more, chase his own touch to get that ball under control, and Salah's not as quick as he used to be, and it's making life easier for Premier League defenders to stop him, which is...
If you look at the big calls that Liverpool have made over the past 12 months, Van Dijk new contract, hasn't really worked out as planned. Salah new contract, definitely hasn't worked out as planned. Alexander-Arnold couldn't keep him. That's hurt the team massively. Wirtz hasn't really worked out as planned, although I think there have been signs that Wirtz is going to become good. And Isak, obviously, for various reasons, has not worked out at all. That's 5 massive calls that have effectively all gone against them, and that's where they are now.
Are Liverpool almost paying, and is Arne Slot almost paying for the fact that he did win the league last season? Because if you take this season in isolation, yes, the results haven't been great. They're in the top 4. And if he had started his Liverpool career with a fight for the Champions League places and a realistic chance of getting into the Champions League in his first season, we wouldn't be talking like this, would we?
If he'd have had this season last season, he probably wouldn't have had a second season.
You think?
Yeah, because that's how high the standards are. And obviously on the back of Jurgen Klopp, Liverpool fans are expecting a certain way of playing football, so this couldn't have been his first season. He did a fantastic job last season, Arne Slot. We can't take that away from him. It was a hard job to follow Jurgen Klopp. I mean, if you're talking about following a legend, Arsenal struggled after Arsene Wenger, Man United, as we know, after Sir Alex Ferguson. Arne Slot had the same task after Jurgen Klopp, with a team that a lot of us thought at the time was kind of over the hill. We talked about Van Dijk and Salah at the time, thinking, can he get more out of these players? And he did. But maybe last season was that kind of that final burst of everything from that team. You know, that was Van Dijk's best season, Salah, Robertson, etc. That was their peak, and they've now hit the wall, and Arne Slot is paying the price for that.
Hasn't he earned more than just one season, though, off the back of winning a title?
Well, no, because if the results aren't good enough and the fans don't like the football, then no, that's the modern game, isn't it? I mean, let's go back 20 years, yeah, maybe you would have got a second season, but there's so much impatience now among supporters. And like I said with the Thomas Frank scenario, if the football isn't great and the fans don't like it and the results are also bad, then that is a lethal cocktail for any coach, especially now.
The worry for Slot is the further away Liverpool get from Klopp and that muscle memory they had, the more time Slot's had to work with them and impose his methods, the worse they're getting. Over time, it's going in the wrong direction, and I think a lot of last year, and this is to Slot's credit, to be clear, it's not a criticism of him, but a lot of last year, you could see, as Mark said before, a lot of Klopp in that team still. You could see that the Klopp's fingerprint and the years of training and the methods were still there, and it was a nice hybrid between what Klopp was doing and what Slot brought in. But now they're moving further and further away from what Klopp did and more towards what Slot wants, and it doesn't seem to be working at all.
I mean, if you look at go back a year, they lost at Plymouth in the FA Cup, and he obviously made a load of changes, lost at Plymouth. Liverpool fans that I speak to will say to me that was the point, that from that point on Liverpool tailed off, and the way they ended the season, they won the league, and I don't think they won another game after that. So the switch almost like was flicked a year ago, February onwards, and he's not really been able to get out of that rut, which is why they made that big investment in the summer, because the club could see that a lot of the players that were so fantastic in the first half of the season had begun to tail off. But, I mean, to be fair, Sam, when you mentioned the 3 contracts that were up last summer, they couldn't afford to let 3 massive players go. They had to keep Van Dijk and Salah just for kind of the public look of it, because if you lose 3 of your biggest players, that's a massive kind of, almost like waving the white flag, isn't it, to let so many go. But you're right, now it doesn't look great, but they couldn't lose 3 such huge players at once.
There are mitigating circumstances in this defeat, in that Konate couldn't play because he's on leave due to his father's passing. Joe Gomez gets injured as well. So this is a thin squad. This is an unbalanced squad that is being made thin due to absence and injury. There are also 2 or 3 things that Arne Slot couldn't have legislated for or prepared for. There was a 7-minute pause before Endo comes on the field to come up.
Whose fault was that?
This is an interesting one in that why are a group of Premier League winners, a team that was the best in the country not too long ago, not recognising the basics of football, which is you're down to 10 men, get the ball off the field as soon as possible. That's not. I don't put that on a slot. I put that down on a collective funk or brain freeze from a group of players that should know better. For this collection of players that have played this many Premier League games together and winning games together, they are making mistakes that amateurs make, and that indicates to me something isn't quite right above the shoulders.
Just one final question, Sam, before we go to the break. We should mention Bournemouth here. Last week we were talking about Oliver Glasner. He's one of the managers who's going to become available at the end of the season. And the question may be, after some interviews that he had and press conferences that he held, is he actually damaging his chances of getting one of these big jobs? Has Andoni Iraola actually gone the other way? Despite recent results for Bournemouth, what happened last night was Andoni Iraola's Bournemouth. Yes, we are going to go for it no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's absolutely among the sort of most highly rated coaches in Europe, and I think he would be on the list of any club looking to get a new manager in the summer. I do wonder a bit, sort of going back to the Frank point about him being a bit too Brentford for too many people. I wonder if Iraola will be associated with being a bit too Bournemouth. And also the other issue with Iraola, and I know it's not directly your question, Dharmesh, sorry, but I think you look at it and like his style of play is so intense and it's just hard running. Reminds me a little bit of Postecoglou in that sense, which is not to say that it's all the same, just in the sort of physical demands of it. And I think you see over the course of his seasons at Bournemouth, they paid a price for that with injuries. And I think if I was a top European club with 3 games a week, I think I'd look at him and be a bit concerned for that reason. But he's certainly going to be on the list of a lot of clubs, and I think Spurs had him on their list before as well. So if Frank does go, I think he'd be very much on their list, I'm sure.
Headlines this morning. The Sunday Telegraph leads with another damaging result for Tottenham Hotspur. Angry Spurs fans call for Frank to be axed. Bourne supremacy is the headline in the Sunday Times after Bournemouth's 95th minute winner against Liverpool, and there's more on Spurs fans calling for Frank to go. The Mail on Sunday, Pep's ref rant. We've won titles despite them, fumes City boss. Pep Guardiola not happy after Manchester City's 2-0 win over Wolves. The Sun leads with Sir Alex would have snared Rice. Teddy Sheringham saying Sir Alex Ferguson would never have let Declan Rice join Arsenal, and that Manchester United have settled for second-rate buys. The Sunday Express looks ahead to that huge game at the Emirates today. Their headline, Arteta, go raise the roof. And finally, in The Observer, the dying of the light, a special feature from Paul Hayward about the collapse of rugby in Wales. Right, only one place to start, gentlemen, and that is another damaging result for Tottenham Hotspur at Turf Moor yesterday. The Telegraph goes with more boos for Thomas Frank. Angry Tottenham Hotspur fans there, really venting their anger at their head coach. Sam, it's a headline we seem to be seeing week in, week out at the moment, unfortunately for Tottenham Hotspur and for Thomas Frank. Sacked in the morning chants from his own fans. How long can this actually carry on?
Yeah, well, you have to worry for Thomas Frank, and that was very much the case last week, of course. And then they played Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League, got a great result, and suddenly it felt like a bit of positivity had come back. Dominic Solanke was playing and scoring for the first time this season, effectively, and it felt like a little bit of a corner had potentially been turned. And then yesterday's result with Burnley, the 2-2 draw, very much not what the fans were expecting in terms of result. And I think some fans who may be more in favour of Frank might argue that the performance was better yesterday, and they had loads of chances. Dubravka in goal for Burnley made loads of saves, but that end result, it does feel damning for Frank, and that response from the fans in the away section, and I think we've all seen the clips and we've all heard it, and the reporters there heard it as well. It's really, really strong, and it's made even more clear than ever before how much the fan base have turned on this manager.
Mark, go on. You're going to say.
It is hard when you lose the away fans because they're the ones that travel. They're the most dedicated. They make the most noise. And to chant, you're getting sacked in the morning. We want Frank out, chanting about his style of play. It's a long way back from that. And I know the club are trying to back him as long as possible, but it's kind of hard because I do have sympathy for Thomas Frank in the sense that his best players have been missing virtually all season. James Maddison, Kulusevski, Solanke's been out a long time as well. But right from day one, it seemed that Thomas Frank and Tottenham were just a strange fit because of the way that he plays his football. And, we can all kind of laugh at this DNA idea that clubs have a DNA, but clubs do have a DNA, and fans expect a certain way of playing. And if you're not winning football, then you have to play a certain way of football that keeps the fans on side. Now, Tottenham aren't winning games, and they're playing football that is pretty basic. And Tottenham fans enjoy a certain way of playing. They like to be quite stylish. They like to see attacking football. They don't want to see their goalkeeper taking free kicks in the centre circle and Kevin Danso hurling long throws in from the touchline. So that's his problem. Results are bad and the football's bad. And when that's the case, you basically bring down the clock.
Carl, Ian Whittle from the Sunday Times was at Turf Moor. I just want to quote his report. He says he may have lived to fight another week, but events here left Frank with one win from his past 9 domestic games in the Premier League and FA Cup. That statistic, coupled with upcoming fixtures against, wait for it, both Manchester clubs, Newcastle United and Arsenal, suggest the Dane remains very much on the proverbial hot seat. It is horrendous league form, but they seem to be getting the results in Europe. Remind you of anyone from last season, by any chance? Are the results, maybe in the Champions League, actually keeping him in this job?
No, I think the thing's keeping him in his job is the lack of a true suitor who can step in and take over tomorrow. I think if you write down the reasons why Thomas Frank is keeping his job, you have to name 4 or 5 reasons before you go, I think he's doing a good job. And when you're in that situation, you're always in trouble. I think Tottenham are among a number of clubs in Europe that are waiting for the post-World Cup managerial merry-go-round, where 2 or 3 managers and national teams might be released. So perhaps a reunion with Pochettino, or perhaps going for someone like Julian Nagelsmann, who's in charge of Germany. But right now, it does not seem sustainable with Thomas Frank. You're looking at their upcoming fixture list and you're thinking, how long is it going to be before they win back-to-back games again?
I can't sit here and say Thomas Frank's doing a great job and deserves to stay in it for the next 4 years. Obviously, I can't say that. But I think it would be fair to say there's a lot of other issues at Spurs that go way, way beyond the head coach position, and that's been the case for a long time now. And the fact is, they've flipped and flopped between different styles since Pochettino's sacking in 2019. They've tried Mourinho, the sort of experienced winner, the win-now coach. Did the same with Antonio Conte. Then they tried the DNA coach, and you mentioned that, and the sort of the club's history and philosophy of playing expansive football. They had that with Ange Postecoglou, and it didn't work either. They finished 17th last season. So they keep flipping, and at one point they're going to have to pick something that's stable and sustainable and allows them to rebuild the club and grow, and especially given the changes in executive level and the changes in ownership, that they need to get a pattern going. And I look at Vinay Venkatesham, who's the CEO there, previously at Arsenal, and he stuck. He was one of the people who really stuck with Mikel Arteta when it was quite difficult in the first few months, the first year under Arteta at Arsenal. And he knows that if you get through this storm and you put in some deep-rooted culture, you embed that, it can make a big difference. And I look at Spurs and I think, the squad's not great. Let's be honest, they spent a lot of money, £1 billion almost since Pochettino got sacked. And the squad's not great. And as Mark said, he's been without probably his 3 best attackers, and now Kudus for the past few weeks as well, for the whole campaign. I would argue, in Frank's favour, they've tried all the different things before. Now they've got a guy who's got a track record of being adaptable, able to change the system up, play different ways of football. And yes, obviously it's not going as planned. And I know the Spurs fans will be watching this thinking, I'm mad. Because I'm not watching the team, but I am seeing, like, for example, yesterday there were signs of progress, I would say. And the fundamental fact is Spurs do not want to sack this manager. That sounds obvious because no one wants to sack the manager, but Spurs are really in this position where they've invested in a long-term strategy under Frank. To just throw it all away for the sake of an interim for a few months and then come the summer, it's really hard.
To Carl's point as well, we looked at the odds for the potential next Tottenham manager last night, and it's Mauricio Pochettino, which is basically a fantasy because right now he's going to manage the US in the World Cup. He's not going anywhere until July. Xavi. Now, Xavi is not going to come back into football after being at Barcelona to a Tottenham team, like Sam says, with a dysfunctional squad, a team that's built on playing a completely different way. I think Oliver Glasner's another one, which, Oliver Glasner right now is overseeing a Crystal Palace team that's heading for relegation like Tottenham is. So the candidates aren't great. And then you look at the interims, well, we know Ryan Mason's available again, but you can't go back to Ryan Mason after, first of all, being sacked at West Brom after 6 months. So like Carl says, the options are really not there. There really isn't anybody that can come in and say, right, we're going to stabilise the ship until the summer and then look again. And also, Man United are looking for a manager. Liverpool may be looking for a manager in the summer. Man City may be looking for a manager in the summer. So Tottenham, at that stage, will be 4th or 5th or 6th choice of the top managers. So maybe they stick with the guy they've got, despite the fact he doesn't really fit.
It's difficult in that Spurs, to a degree, have been here, where they are realising their current head coach is not well suited to this moment, and then also looking to bring someone else in. However, as Marcus just said, there are going to be a number of clubs in there. So you have the sort of Mourinho to Nuno experiment, where Nuno, I believe, was at 5th, 6th choice on the list there. Yeah. So now the other thing there is you say all that, and I'm sure there's Spurs fans going, shouldn't that mean Spurs should move now quickly while everyone else is going through their own processes? It's a really murky situation. I think what you've got here is a problem is, yes, I do believe Thomas Frank is highly adaptable. The problem is the plans he's adapting are suboptimal regardless of what he's doing. There's no right way to win, but there are different ways you can fail. And I think the way that Thomas Frank is failing right now isn't appealing to the Spurs fan base for good reason. This is not good enough football. It took a very, very last-minute goal from Cristiano Romero to salvage this draw. It's far, far, far from the level that this Tottenham team thought they were at.
I wonder how appealing the Spurs job is to... We talk about potential managers like Xavi, like these guys with huge reputations and being at big clubs. I'm not sure it is. You look at that club right now, the stadium's great, but the results at home terrible. The atmosphere at home is not great. The fans and the players clearly haven't got a great relationship, and you've seen that on a few occasions. The fans and the club historically haven't had a great relationship. They pay extraordinary high season ticket prices, and it's generally quite an old fan base, and it's not quite as young and enthusiastic as perhaps some of the fans of other clubs might have, or some of the players perhaps would like. Like, it's not an easy club to turn in, and Thomas Frank described it as a tanker the other day, a super tanker turning around. And that's from someone who's been there at Brentford and seen how a good club runs efficiently. And he's come in and after 6 months said, this is a super tanker, it needs turning around. So he's clearly seeing deficiencies internally. And I think any manager from afar looking in would think, that's a great club, great stadium, great history, but that's not an easy job at all.
Mark, I know you guys have said, right, there's going to be so many more options come the summer, so give Thomas Frank that chance, particularly for the rest of this season. However, I mean, whisper it quietly, there are some people even suggesting that they might get dragged into a relegation fight. They're 8 points off the relegation zone. Is that another reason maybe to act now, as Carl maybe said, that some of the Spurs fans are demanding that the club do?
But changing a manager doesn't always mean you're going to improve. I mean, look at Man United last season. Ruben Amorim came and they got worse, really badly worse. So the same could happen to Tottenham. They could bring a coach in who's not quite as experienced or as certainly Premier League tested as Thomas Frank, and that could drag them into the relegation zone. I mean,
could they go down?
They could do. I mean, look, West Ham have suddenly got onto a roll, haven't they, right now? West Ham have won back-to-back. You can see West Ham getting a bit of momentum. I think West Ham have got Chelsea next week and Burnley after that. So I think it's unlikely, but if teams beneath them start to get points, and you mentioned that run of games that Spurs have got next month, I mean, I don't see them getting many points out of that run at all. So, yes, they could. I don't think they will, but I think the best course of action at Tottenham will be to sit tight until the summer, try and get through this storm, try and get your players back, and then see where you stand in the summer. But I think it's an outside chance to get relegated. I think it's, it's unlikely, but 8 points is not the biggest gap.
I feel like I'm sitting here as the sort of number one member of the Thomas Frank fan club, which is not the case, but I would also say they're 8 points off the relegation zone. They're 8 points off the top four. So that gap, it's an equidistant gap from a very, very good season and hitting all their goals and the sort of doomsday scenario you mentioned. So I think relegation chat is very extreme and premature.
Well, which is more likely?
I don't think they're going to get relegated. I don't think they're going to qualify for the Champions League. They're in this drift, this heavily congested peloton right now, and it's now going to be 2 seasons where Tottenham Hotspur have essentially mid-table, middling mediocrity.
But that's Tottenham all over, isn't it? You talk about how attractive the job is to anybody. So they're a Big Six club, but they're not really a Big Six club because they're only Big Six because of the stadium and because they're in London. So you take out those factors. Are they bigger than Newcastle or Aston Villa? Right now, probably not. Who are the more attractive clubs than Tottenham, Villa and Newcastle? So if you're a coach, you're coming in with the pressure of managing a Big Six club without the resources and without the kind of reality. You're expected to compete with Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man United, City. It's not going to happen. Spurs don't compete with those clubs. So you've got this kind of false target. You're not big enough to compete with those clubs, but you think you're bigger than Villa and Newcastle, who are actually doing better than you right now. So you are in this kind of limbo forever that you're a big club, but you're not a big club because you don't win anything and you've got a great stadium. I'm sick of hearing about the stadium and the training ground. They win nothing. Get some better players and maybe get a better manager. But the managers that would turn Tottenham into a top club don't want to go to Tottenham.
Carl, Mike McGrath in the Sunday Telegraph, who was at Turf Moor as well, summed it up pretty well, actually. As last-minute equalisers go, Christian Romero's was inconsequential to Tottenham Hotspur fans. They had already made up their minds about the direction of this team under Thomas Frank, and earning a point against the 19th place team in the Premier League did nothing to change the mood. I know Sam mentioned it before, there are lots of other issues going on at Tottenham. However, the fans now, whereas before they might have had a target, for example, Daniel Levy, that seemed to be where the ire was pointed towards. He's no longer at the club. It now seems to be directly at Thomas Frank. Is that fair, given what Sam said, that there are other issues around that club?
Is it fair? No. Is it understandable? Yes. Just because it's not your fault, but it is partially your responsibility. Yeah, OK, you can make the argument Tottenham Hotspur aren't a team that can wander into the Champions League places by default of every season. Their wage bill is nowhere near big enough to have them compete with the top 2 teams in England. But they should be doing better than this. And I felt this also with Ange Postecoglou, in that you should be doing better than this with Tottenham Hotspur. Is Thomas Frank getting this squad to play to the sum of their parts? And I don't think the answer is no. You're shaking your head. Of course not. No. They're not playing to the sum of their parts. And if you're not playing to the sum of your parts for the better part of 4 or 5 months, you are going to eventually lose your job. It doesn't look like he's got buy-in from the fan base. And the reason that's keeping him in place, I think, has more to do with the fact that, let's take a coach like Enzo Maresca, very, very good, currently available, but Tottenham Hotspur aren't going to hire another former Chelsea manager. So Thomas Frank stays in situ.
One who plays a totally different football to Thomas Frank.
Yes. So he will likely get towards the end of the season, and then I think it's going to be a very...
Does he last the season, do you think?
Probably. And then it's probably going to be a very brief handshake, and they'll go their separate ways, which I think is an unfortunate ending to something that I think quite a few people in football wanted to work. I thought Thomas Frank was phenomenal at Brentford, and there was a reason why I was on the shortlist for possible managerial roles at Manchester United. But he is ill-equipped for this moment, in my opinion.
Is there a sort of PR issue with managers coming from mid-ranking clubs and going up to a big 16? I've spoken to Spurs fans and friends who support Spurs, who said from day one that they just felt that Thomas Frank was just a bit too Brentford for Spurs, which obviously doesn't really mean anything, but it's an optics thing. And when the results aren't great in the first few months, it turns quite quickly because of those optics. And I wonder, we sort of saw the same with Graham Potter at Chelsea, that it was a bit too Brighton for the club of Chelsea side.
The productive environment rather than the manager there.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's a sort of an element here of there's almost going to be a difference in the long run of you're a big club manager or you're a mid to lower club manager, and those two things don't overlap anymore. Like, you're either a Champions League calibre manager who can, with force of personality, run a club, or you're a really good coach who can work in a system such as Brentford and Brighton and really work the way through. I think there aren't many that have managed to straddle that gap, and currently the ones who are trying are really struggling to do so.
I mean, I don't think we're going to hear the end of this, because it seems to be the constant theme while Tottenham Hotspur are getting these results just now. On Tottenham Hotspur and potential incomings to help out Thomas Frank, the one that's come out of the blue, Mark, in this window is Andy Robertson. Did come on at half-time for Liverpool yesterday, to many people's surprise. The piece from Sam Wallace in the Sunday Telegraph, he says, by all accounts, Robertson still runs the dressing room at Liverpool, even more so than captain Virgil van Dijk. He's seen it all for club and country. He is a credible voice, an old-fashioned leader, the type of leader managers like to have around. He would not be the answer to all of Spurs' problems, but he might be a start. Does this look like a no-brainer, even though he is into his 30s now?
Yeah, and there's definitely a value to signing players who've been there, seen it and done it, and can bring some experience. Because we've seen a trend away from that. Certainly the big clubs don't want to sign players who are maybe over 26. I mean, Chelsea don't sign any players who are over 22 these days, or seemingly not. So Andy Robertson, for me, I think he deserves another year at Liverpool, because Milos Kerkez at the moment is struggling to show some consistency. Robertson's contract is up in the summer. But again, Liverpool are one of these clubs that look at the metrics, look at the A's, look at the value for money, look at the resale value, and will decide that Andy Robertson's financial data or performance data doesn't match up to keeping him. He wants to play in the World Cup this summer. He will play in the World Cup, but he wants to play. So going to Tottenham will bring experience and that sense of calm, I guess. I mean, you might look at this morning and think, do I really want to go to Tottenham? Because if he stays at Liverpool, he'll probably play more games, might win a Champions League. Cause Liverpool,
Would he play more games if he was at Liverpool?
He probably wouldn't play more games, but he'd probably get more satisfaction at the games that he plays, because if you're playing every week at Tottenham, you know, is that a good thing or not? But I think for Spurs, he's a good signing to make, because you do need players that can actually bring that experience to a dressing room. And I think great move for Tottenham, but a bad departure from Liverpool, because Liverpool probably need him for the 12 months.
Yeah. I can see why Spurs would want him. I can't see why Liverpool would want him to go at this point.
But, as Mark was saying there, he wants to play. Milos Kerkez appears to be the first choice left-back for them. There's even talk that maybe Tsimikas might be recalled from his loan to fill the gap that Robertson potentially could leave. But as far as Tottenham are concerned, it is someone that they would need in their dressing room at this juncture, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And they've really, in the last sort of 5 years, done it quite similar to Chelsea in a way, just not quite as extreme and not quite as eye-catching in terms of the sums they've spent. But they've really pivoted towards targeting young players. I think 2 summers ago they signed, 4 teenagers in one window. And they really focused on that. And I think he'd be the oldest signing that Spurs have made since Ivan Perisic, which I think was 3 or 4 years ago. So it will be a shift in strategy, and I think by that extension it would be an admission that they're missing something in that squad, and they're missing that element of leadership and authority and know-how that Mark mentions that I think every team clearly needs.
It's a numbers game, isn't it? Liverpool will be looking at the numbers, the pure numbers, thinking we can't afford to give Andy Robertson a new contract because we're moving to the future with Kerkez. And Robertson will be thinking, well, I've got 6 months on my contract, I'm going to World Cup this summer. Tottenham will be able to offer him a contract that Liverpool can't offer him. So it's purely the situation where a player in his 30s is thinking, I want to prolong my career as long as possible. Spurs are offering something that Liverpool aren't. Liverpool might change their mind in the next couple of days. I don't see it happening, because Liverpool, like I said, they look at the numbers and they'll think, right, your time to go. But I think it's a bit hasty on their part.
Yeah.
I'm so angry. I hope you have a beep machine on ready. I mean, I support a club that clearly doesn't think it's important to invest in defence, and this is what you get for it.
Come on, vent some more, vent. Come on, tell us what you really think. Don't be shy.
I mean, this is the first time Sky's had me on straight after a match. If
you vent and be honest, don't worry, I'll get you back on.
Yeah, no swearing.
Oh, bless you.
I mean,
Yeah,
Sarah,
no
when you say
swearing.
the defence, then, is that where you think it's all going horribly wrong, or are there other areas on the pitch? You know, do you think about the slot, bringing on Ekitike in the 60th minute? Was it all a little bit too late? What do you think's happening at the moment?
Yeah, so if we stay away from defence for a second, but I will definitely go back there. Yes, like fans were crazy on social about stop picking Gakpo over Ekitike. I understand it. We've got one striker. However, is it not easier for Ekitike to come on, hopefully get us ahead, then go off, rather than come on and chase a game? That is what injuries make.
Exactly.
So
that's exactly what I said. I said, first of all, 4-4-2, right? And you're playing Gakpo and Salah up front. So you're playing 2 wingers up front. I mean, personally, I don't mind seeing Salah up front as long as he's with a striker like Ekitike where he can move around. Then you're playing arguably your player of the season, which is Szoboszlai. You're playing him in right wing position. Yeah. Now, it's not to say that he can't do a job, because he can. We've seen that. Right back, right wing. He can do a job. But his strength is in the centre of the park. You're not playing him there. Then you're playing Wirtz left. Okay, Wirtz has played on the left, you know, which is fine. He's comfortable now. But the one which really makes me angry, and it's like you said, Sarah, is when managers say, oh, we've got a Champions League game during the week, we need to rest the players. The next game's always the most important game. Play your players. Play your players until you can really, you know, say, okay, other players are in form, I can play them. A bit like Man City, whatever, playing Marmoush today. But Ekitike has probably been the second best player this year. He's 22 years old, something like that. He don't even need a rest. That frustrates me, and I can see you're frustrated as well, Sarah. I mean, and you were spot on. You were spot on.
It just beggars the belief that you can go from the performance in the Champions League on Wednesday, where we're all going, Slot got it bang on. He did, right?
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah.
You could see what he was trying to do. The double pivot finally worked. Everybody seemed to know their roles and they did it perfectly. And then he goes with pretty much the same team, but decides to put Gakpo on instead of Ekitike. No one is impressed with Gakpo this season. Like, fans want him gone. Like, they don't understand Slot's obsession with him. And then you have Van Dijk, our captain, doing lacklustre defending like this. Literally, he had 2 attempts to clear that and didn't do it. And then goes like this. No, Van Dijk, that was your fault. And then he's too lazy to get into a straight line, which was quite wobbly in the first place, and I would say that's his fault as well, for the second goal. And then gets one back. Okay, great. He tends to do that when he messes up. After we spilled about 6-7 corners where we did the same thing over and over again, it didn't do anything. So then Van Dijk was like, okay, I'm going to go near post and you're going to get it on my head, well, shoulder. It just infuriates me what is happening with our team right now. And we have no defensive backup, and yet we're toying with Andy going this month.
And Mickey van der Ven potentially coming in the opposite direction. Is he the answer to the problems at Liverpool?
But in the summer, if he comes in January, fabulous. I mean, I'm free. Like, I'll do it. I'll put a shift in. Like, Endo hasn't played for us since 1992, and yet we're putting him in when Bournemouth are all over us. It's just madness.
Sarah, what do you feel? Sorry, I was just going to ask you about the situation with Andy Robertson. Do you think he should be allowed to go?
Not this month. No, I understand his need to play more. Then play him more.
Yeah.
Like, he still has such an effect on the team. One, as a leader, and 2, when he's on that pitch, he gives his all. So if he wants to keep his sharpness ready for Scotland, then let him do that. Because Kirkes was at sea today.
Sarah, I think you've been spot on in absolutely everything you said, and I want you to come back more often. But do you think that Van Dijk is protected a lot more than other defenders because of what he's achieved at Liverpool in the past?
Yes. Like, he has been shouted by other defenders around him because this lustiness has happened his entire career, right? But normally he outsmarts someone, or people are like, oh, I can't get past Van Dijk because nobody gets past him. But now there's chinks in the armour. People are not scared of him, so he hasn't got that as an advantage. And then he just sometimes does not put a sprint on when he needs to.
He's really casual, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's so casual. And yes, you don't want a captain who's running around like a headless chicken, but you also want someone that's going to notice danger and do something about it. Like, he had 2 attempts. That was so weak, that first goal.
Sarah, here, we've got fans writing in all the time saying 4th isn't going to happen. Do you think 4th is going to happen? Do you think they'll make Champions League football this season?
What worries me is Slot is obsessed with winning the Champions League, right? And he thinks that would probably save his job. And it probably would if we won it, right? But that's the big if. Yes, we're in 4th at the moment and could end up 4th in Champions League. But, everybody is taking points off everybody this season. It's incredibly exciting. You can't predict it. So I think we've got a real battle to get.
Just one final word from you, because it says down the bottom, no, it's Slot's fault, it's time to go. Is it Slot's time to go? Surely not, Sarah.
No, I don't think it is Slot's time to go. However, he's not doing himself any favours. If all the rumours are true that Alonso is, they're having chats with Alonso because obviously he was first choice and then said no, we went for Slot. It's not okay to have a great performance on a Wednesday and then do this against Bournemouth on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Sarah, you've been brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us. Cheers.
Take care.
And I didn't swear.
You didn't. Well done. Well done. Katie Moody, who's still at the game, is probably absolutely delighted. How are you feeling, Katie? What a win.
I love that smile,
Unbelievable,
Katie.
right? I missed the third goal, to be fair, because of leaving early to get back to do this. But yeah, no, unbelievable. Football's a fabulous game sometimes.
Oh dear.
Katie, I'm going to hold my hands up right now and apologise to all Bournemouth fans.
Why?
I said I think Bournemouth this season will go down. It's not happening. It's not happening. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
I hold my hands up. I hold my hands up. I'm always happy.
The sports community, I appreciate it.
No problem at all. It was a fantastic performance today. Iriola is a really, really top manager. Got some really good players in there. They all battled. They all know what's expected of them. I mean, was there any doubt? Was there any doubt, Katie?
Yeah, yes, in terms of the injuries that we've got at the minute. I mean, the list is endless, right? I know you know other clubs are in the same situation. We've still not replaced Semenyo, but look, at the end of the day, Andoni Iraola is magic, and this football club is just—they never know when they're beaten.
Katie, can I just say one thing as well? I don't think you can replace players like Semenyo and other players that have left, and I think that goes for all of the teams that are similar to yourselves, the likes of Brighton and those kind of teams. But what I think Bournemouth does really well, and Brighton and teams like that, is that you bring other players in that are just as effective, maybe not better, but as effective in their own way. What do you think about that?
I just think, in terms of our recruitment strategy, we work really, really hard, don't we, to replace the gems that we lose, and all hands down to the club in terms of the hard work that they put in to be able to bring those players back in. And yeah, it's another great 3 points for us to add to our total. And as much as people have been saying, is there a possibility we could be dragged into the relegation battle over the last few games? Then I think this proves that we're still way into even possibly European places. The table's so tight.
It certainly is. Katie, thank you so much for joining us, and apologies again for you missing that last goal.
A little bit at how you've come away from that empty-handed in the end.
Yeah, although we were 2-0 down, of course, at a certain point. But good comeback, although it didn't feel to me that we deserved to be 2-0 down at the moment we were. But players reacted really well. We came back to 2-2. And I think then in the end it was a very open game where both teams had their chances. They probably even more than us, which doesn't come as a complete surprise to me, knowing that we've played 2 days ago at Marseille. And for the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games, we mainly have to play with the same players for the players we have available. And then sometimes a few of them could be, in the end of the game, a bit tired. And I think that's what you could see today in the end as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask, was it credit to Bournemouth's perseverance in the end, or are you finding you're looking at yourselves a little bit? It also looked like you were a bit frustrated with the officials at the final whistle.
I think first of all we have to look at ourselves, and in the end of the game it was more open. Both teams were trying to score a goal. They had better opportunities than us in the last 10 minutes. And then in the end there is a long throw-in, which led for them to a goal. For me, 4 minutes of added time was by far not enough, but in the end that didn't matter because they scored, although maybe we could have had then 2 or 3 minutes, but this game should not have had 4 minutes of extra time. There was one free kick that already took 2 or 3 minutes. There were VAR moments, there were substitutions. So that was what I said to them in extra time, that 4 minutes wasn't enough, but yeah, they scored in extra time.
Whilst you did find a way back to 2-2, I suppose ultimately you gave yourselves a lot to do with those 2 Bournemouth goals inside 7 minutes of that first half. How did you see that period of the game?
As difficult, because I think the moment we conceded, there wasn't a thought in my head that could happen, because I think we played a game where a lot of times our players were in very promising position, and it felt to me that it was waiting for the right moment and for the right execution and the right pass for us to score a goal. And then we conceded one, which had to do a little bit with the adjustment of a long ball, and the wind had impact on that ball. And then we went down to 10 men because of that goal, and yeah, we were down to 10 and they scored their second, and that was the only few minutes apart from the last 10 minutes, I think, where we had some problems with them. But yeah, the result is another loss.
So the trouble was you were a man down for that second goal, and it looked like you were doing everything you could to gesture to the players, kick the ball out, let's get him on the pitch. How do you see it now? Is it with regret? Perhaps you didn't get the player on sooner. Is it the player's responsibility to kick the ball out?
You can bring a player on sooner if the ball is not out of play. And the player was injured, Joe Gomez. The moment when he was injured, he said, I want to keep on trying, which is, I think, what most players try to do if they get a knock. But when we started playing, he said, no, it's not possible, I can't go back in. So yeah, then it is the best thing what can happen is go to 11 men as soon as possible. We had the chance because we were quite a long time in ball possession, but we kept it. And the moment we lost it, it took us a long time. We couldn't make a foul or to get the ball out of play. And then the ball went in when we were down to 10.
Just finally, there's been a lot of headlines linking Andy Robertson with a move away to Spurs. I suppose you brought him on at half-time. Says you need him.
I think I need all my players, but Robbo had to come in at half-time. In my opinion, I always knew that for Milos, another 90 minutes against a very intense Bournemouth side was not a possibility for him. So I always knew I had to bring him in, but I had already had one substitution in the first half. Then you don't have another. Then you only have 2 moments left. So I thought let's bring Robbo in at half-time to make sure that Milos stays available for the rest of the season, because there are a lot of games to be played with the players available. I have to manage that as well, because the last thing we could need right now is another injury.
Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To get back to 2-2, just how disappointing is it to come away with nothing in the end?
Very disappointed. Yeah, last minute of the game, very tough to take. But like you said, we worked very hard second half, especially to get back in the game. And obviously at times we were open as well, obviously on the counter, because we're trying to push for the winner. But yeah, to concede that late is very disappointing.
You look to be venting frustrations with the officials at the end there. What was being said?
Obviously, what I felt on that pitch was that was clearly blocked. But obviously, the ref and the VAR don't give it, and that's something we didn't have to accept. But in my opinion, I was blocked. But listen, I can stand here and say, should it not be given, but it is given, and it is what it is.
I suppose whilst there was a huge positive that you did manage to come back to 2-2, ultimately, I suppose you'll reflect that you gave yourselves too much to do at 2-0 down. How do you make sense of that 7 minutes where Bournemouth went 2 ahead?
Well, the first goal, I think it was a difficult ball to judge during the circumstances. The wind was very tricky. I think you saw it, especially when we played long balls on their side, and it was very difficult to judge. So to concede that one is obviously it's not an issue, but obviously it doesn't, because I think we controlled the game quite well before that. And then obviously when we were with 10 men, you can argue that you have to maybe kick the ball out or not. But yeah, to concede that 2 goals in short period is obviously not good at all. But I think the goal I scored before half-time was very important in terms of getting that momentum and the feeling for the second half back. And I think we showed the second half. We worked so hard to get back into the game with a great free kick. I think we had some good opportunities as well. But in the end, the throw-in that cost us.
You mentioned there perhaps the indecision as to whether or not Alisson should have kicked the ball out when Joe Gomez was injured.
It's not on Alisson. I think as a team, maybe. Well, obviously, after a game or after a moment like that, it's easy to say, "Oh, yeah, you should have done this or that." So,
where do you feel perhaps responsibility should lie? Is it from your manager? Is it as a team you should be communicating more amongst yourselves?
It is just a very split second. I think now it's easy to discuss this and say you should have done this and that, and I know that's what will happen. But we decided to keep the ball because we had the possession, and eventually they had it, and obviously a good ball from them in behind, and unfortunately for us, the goal we conceded.
Having got back into the game, so many of those teams directly below you trying to get a Champions League place play tomorrow. Does it feel like missed opportunity?
Losing never feels good, and especially as a Liverpool player. And think this season we're trying to find consistency. We had a fantastic performance midweek, and we were trying to do that today as well. Very demanding game, of course, under the circumstances, the intensity that obviously Bournemouth bring anyway. So, yeah, it's a tough one to take. But Wednesday will be another game, and we go home now and focus on that one.
I suppose it's been a week, hasn't it, where the pendulum has swung so much with the disappointment after Burnley. You mentioned there the highs of Marseille and then disappointment here today. Is it testing you as a group, that sort of togetherness, keeping in the right direction?
Well, I don't think there's any question about our togetherness, but the consistency that we're looking for, that's something still need to be found, and that's the reality. I think there was a lot of praise of our performances and a lot of individual praises, and we know how it works. And 3 days later, you lose a game like we did today, and then the other side of the world comes out. So that's something we have to deal with. But we want to perform, we want to win games, and today it didn't happen, unfortunately.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last few years, 6 league titles in the last 8 years. Guardiola, a serial winner, whether he's been at City or Barcelona or in Germany. But is because of that, the backdrop to what's happened the last week, that defeat against United in the Manchester derby, when they were absolutely outplayed, but then Bodo Glimt, who hadn't played a game in 6 weeks. Is it being exaggerated, their fall from form in the last couple of games?
Not because of the standards they've set. Not because of the standards they set over the years. They've had injuries. Do you know what I mean? I hear managers sometimes go, we've had injuries, and they start reeling off the players, and you sit there and you go, right, he don't usually play, and he don't usually play, and he don't usually play. They've had big players out.
Well,
big
they've
players
8
out.
missing on Tuesday for a start.
Sorry?
8 missing on Tuesday.
And they're big players. And then you start with the goalie, and the goalie's good, the lad who's come in. But he's different to Ederson. He started everything off. They'd be comfortable passing it out. And they used to just drag teams towards them, and then they counter, and then they go through the lines. All that's gone now. Most of the time they're trying to whip it up to Haaland. He's playing 2v1, even though he's a big lad. It's still difficult. And, yeah, it's worrying times for him because of the standards they set, but it's just taking its toll. Someone like Silva, who's probably played... I dread to think how many games he's played over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's caught up with him. And I think Boydie unusually come up with something quite interesting today, where he said about the wingers, which was quite good. Where he said the connection with the wingers, they swap their wingers. There's not that, when Doku gets the ball. I'm not saying it's because of Doku they're not winning games, but he'll get the ball and he'll run, and you don't know what he's going to do. Before with Man City, you knew what they were going to do. Jack Grealish would get the ball, he'd dribble, come out, and they go bang, bang, and they move it. And they move teams very, very quickly. And even though they're not going anywhere, it still grinds down the defenders of other teams. They're thinking, and they keep it. And then someone falls asleep, and they're in, and they score. And that's not the case anymore. There's a lot to be done, but... it must be hard for Pep Guardiola because you just reeled off Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Man City over the last God knows how long, and it ain't like that now. It's not like that. They're a little bit off Arsenal at the moment.
And there'll be very little sympathy outside Man City for that fact. But just picking up, we'll explore more about those relationships and how it may be affecting things with Erling Haaland at the moment. But Clinton, after the game, after that defeat at Bodo Glimt, that humiliating defeat, Guardiola said things are going wrong in many, many details. What for you right now is City's biggest problems? Is it, as Mer said, the sheer volume of games, Club World Cup, of course, they were playing in a few months ago, that has finally taken its toll? Because many would look, and they'd look at Mark Gay coming in for Crystal Palace. They're still making big money signings.
Yep. No, they've had a good window.
It's not really an excuse, is it?
No, it's not an excuse, but defensively, you said they had 8 players missing in midweek. Well, most of them are defenders because they're struggling. No Guardiola, no Ruben Diaz. Nunez is out at the moment, and it's been a big struggle. They had to sign Mark Gay. They probably, no disrespect, they probably didn't want to sign Mark Gay as now. They would have probably waited to the summer and tried to get him on a free transfer.
It's a needs must.
Yeah, of course it was a needs must. They were conceding a lot of goals. They had the young boy, Elaine, who's come back. They brought back on loan from Watford. Kusanov, who's not probably settled in at Man City. So it's been a struggle for them at the moment, and that is why you make Arsenal favourites to win the Premier League, because we know City can score goals. Even though everyone will talk about it, Haaland scored 1 goal in 8 games, and it's a penalty. And it is a big factor that you start worrying, because if he's not scoring, who else is getting up the goals. Foden's out of form at the moment, where 4 or 5 weeks ago he was outstanding. So you need your top players to come to the fore, and they're not doing that at the moment. But defensively, it's been a big struggle. I do think they've had a brilliant window. I think bringing in Semenya and Mark Gay in the long term will be really good signings. But it's that defensive core. And then you look at outstanding player, Rodri at the moment. I'd have to ask the question, how long does it usually take to get back from an ACL? Because he's found it really difficult.
Well, Guardiola said we'll see the best of him again at the World Cup and then next season.
100%, I agree with. I think that definitely next season, because he's been out for a long time. But he's a fantastic footballer, Rodri, outstanding. But they need their best players.
He didn't fancy it the other night, did he, on that artificial pitch, which you can absolutely understand.
Is that what you're saying?
ACL.
I just think he was
making a comment.
Probably mistimed his tackle a bit, and that was it. Yeah, okay. I'm saying that.
Okay.
I don't.
Very diplomatic.
Yeah, well,
maybe I went a bit too hard.
I think
just a sense.
Just a little bit, but I think Rodri's a top player, to be fair. Yeah, he'll be disappointed that he's been sent off, but he's a top player. But they need him back fit and firing for sure.
There are one or two questions. Listen, there's been a lot of conjecture for most of the season, you know, Boydie, about Guardiola and whether he'll be there come the start of next season. I think a lot of people think he may not be there come the start of next season. But our question marks over him right now justified. It's 2 games, yes, significant defeats, but they were on a terrific unbeaten run before that.
Yeah, they were 13 unbeaten before that. And now all of a sudden they're in a crisis because they've lost 2 games in a week. Yeah, one of them because it was in a derby. I mean, the Bodo Glimt game, I get the fact that they've got injuries, but their team's still a strong team. They should be able to go to Norway and win that game. There's no getting away from that. I think that the problem that Manchester City are facing right now is, you know, Clinton's touched on the defence here, but they're so exposed. The amount of runners that are getting the other side of the midfield and getting at the back line is incredible. You've seen, you know, a few of the goals from during the week. You look at Manchester City when they counter-attacked on them last week. You know, you look at the Manchester City midfielders of old. They were always behind the ball, playing it wide. The connection there with the wide players would go and take players on, or there was connections all over the pitch. It's not there right now. And I don't mean just with the ball. I think in terms of some of them knowing where their teammates is, where their teammates are when they've lost the ball, getting back into shape. It looks as if it's far, far too easy to play against Manchester City right now. The other thing that I would maybe ask a few questions on, you could say, and they have had a good, you know, the 2 signings, Matt Gay and Semenya, are good players. But you go back to last winter as well, and, you know, they spent nearly, what was it, about 200 million then as well. Teams that are organised, teams that seem to be planning ahead, they don't really do that in January. It seems to be done in the summer, which tells me that, you know, there's been a lot of change upstairs at Manchester City as well. There doesn't seem to be a connection there right now, and you feel as if, personally, I can't see Pep Guardiola being there next season.
It's not a crisis, it's not because of the 2 results. Before that, they'd drawn 3 of them. Do you know what I mean? And that was the problem. You know, it's not the same fluent.
I agree, but that's what I would say with you there, fluent. Yeah. And opportunities, you talk about Sunderland-Chelsea draws. The Brighton game, they could have been 3 down because they gave up opportunities. But some of the chances that they miss. Haaland has opportunity. We've said for numerous years that goals are scored, and you've touched on connection. You look in hindsight, should De Bruyne have stayed for another year? You've talked about characters and knowing the football club and the history and the run that they've been on. They lose Edison. You lose Kyle Walker, arguably one of the best ever Premier League right-backs. So you lose people who know the club, know the changing room, and Pep's lost that, and he's trying to integrate everything, and they'd been on a run, and then all of a sudden questions start answering. I think the questions start answering because of what's happening at the top of the league in Arsenal. And they're running away with it.
That was always going to be the case. You felt as if Arsenal were in a strong position to kick on this year. You know, you look at the recruitment for me with Manchester City, like Trafford was signed 1 week, and then all of a sudden Donnarumma became available. Let's go and grab another goalkeeper. Why?
Because he's one of the best. I get what you're saying, but he is one of the best.
So you're not trying to tell me that somebody connected with Donnarumma hadn't been in touch with Manchester City to say, by the way, or other clubs, he could be potentially coming up here.
Yeah, they could have.
We know how football works.
Yeah. Well, they must have done the Trafford one because it was a buyback.
So it's what was that, buying them back to then sell them or whatever? We don't know.
In hindsight, you would think.
Look at the money that's been spent, and especially in January time, for me, 200 million odd last year. Well, it's about, what, 80 million this year? It's a lot of money in January for a team that you feel as if, and a Pep Guardiola team that is always organised.
And also, we'll come on to talk about this, but Merce, when you look at I mean, there's that 7-point gap between them as clubs at the moment. But when you look at the recruitment that Arsenal have done, the squad depth that we'll talk about again a little bit later, and the kind of business that City are doing, there's quite a gap between the two as well, isn't there?
Yeah, like Boyd is saying, they're buying this in January and they're quick fix it, like, oh, he's a good player, I'm going to buy him, he's a good player.
Whereas Arsenal is planning, isn't it?
What Arsenal have done is it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. The way they've got this squad together so quietly and so efficient is, you know, they haven't just gone out and we've all sat here and gone, oh, amazing. It's just like Timber, Calafiori, people like that. You know, we all know Semenya can play. We all know Gay can play. But they're bringing people out of here, there and everywhere. He bought Eze and we thought, oh, he's the game changer. He bought Gyökeres, the game changer. You know, Gyökeres is struggling to find goals. Eze doesn't play. Do you know what I mean? And no one ever says a word because all the other players around them. I don't see Man City, and because of their injuries at the moment, they haven't been out. They've got to play their team all the time. They've got to play players constantly. Arsenal are resting players, and they're playing him here, and Rice don't play in there, and Odegaard comes off against Forest, and their squad is just it's just.
But is that because Pep Guardiola doesn't trust some of the signings because he's been in control of them all for a number of years now? I don't think all those signings at Manchester City now are down to him. I don't. I just don't.
I'd be surprised on that.
I just feel as if with the change at the top, with Hugo Viana coming in and the club might be looking somewhere else, a lot of staff left. Maybe Pep Guardiola thought that he didn't want to leave Manchester City in the lurch. I don't know. There's something not right in Manchester City recruitment side. Let's not. You know, they were 13 unbeaten before. It's been a bad week. Obviously, it intensifies and multiplies because you've lost to your rivals in Manchester United and then losing a Champions League game. But they're still in a good position in the Champions League. You know, it's not a full-blown crisis for Manchester City. Right
and Clinton, picking up on that phrase, there's something not quite right. You can certainly say that about Erling Haaland. You've already mentioned it. 1 goal in his last 8, and that came from the penalty spot. Pep Guardiola this week has talked about him being exhausted. But how much also is this run? And listen, we should say he has an unbelievable record against Wolverhampton Wanderers. 10 Premier League goals in his last 6 appearances against them. So you could well click back into form today. But how much of it is down to that point that Merce said right at the start, that those relationships that have been such a key feature of City in years gone by?
Boydie said it before we came on.
I'll invoice you later.
He did say it, but it is.
That's very generous, isn't it?
No, I give
Sorry for not giving you the credit, Boydie.
It's got to get something.
Get enough.
But you do need an understanding. And Dorse just alluded to it. They miss Kevin De Bruyne. He's the one who had a great understanding with Haaland. He was creating a lot of chances. But he's still got to remember, he still scored 20 goals this season. He's been outstanding. And he said he's exhausted. I can guarantee you if Haaland's scoring goals, he's not exhausted. And I've said that many a time. Centre forward, you don't get exhausted. When you're scoring goals, Boydie would tell you, you're in the zone, you want to keep scoring goals. They're not created enough chances. And obviously there's his last 8 appearances and his shots and the goals. And he is in one thingy, you know what? He's still getting chances. He's just not
That's not a lot of chances.
But it's not as much chances as before, but with his calibre, you still think...
Take away Chelsea and Brighton there.
Yeah.
That's bottom 3 centre-forward chances.
It is.
If you're playing in the bottom 3, that's what you'd probably get. 2 chances, 2 a game, if you're lucky.
So what you're saying, they're not creating enough chances for him,
But I've always said from day one, don't matter how good you are as a centre-forward, if you haven't got the players to provide you, you've got no chance. You know, with Kevin De Bruyne, you know, and I'm not saying it's because Kevin De Bruyne's gone at Arsenal going to win the league, absolutely not. But if you're Haaland... and you sat down with him and said, who would you love to play with more than anybody?
You've got a Rolls Royce behind you.
Well, of course, and he don't have to look. He doesn't have to look. He's got vision like a Bergkamp vision. You know, they don't have to look. You make the runs. Now, he doesn't make them many runs because he knows they're not going to pass.
I think he does, Merce. In terms of the runs, I think he's still making them. He had a good chance during the week as well. I think the issue is, like, good players do things... Listen, they're all good players, but the top players do things 1-2 touch, and it's bang.
Yeah.
De Bruyne would pass the ball and Haaland would then move, or vice versa, he's right away. Whereas you look at it now, it might be delaying his run, or he's maybe made 2 or 3 before the next one comes in, and all of a sudden there's a striker, you're like, I ain't doing it anymore because I ain't going to run about, make runs down the side of centre-backs like that. If it's going to the wide area and they've got to take someone on, they're losing it, they're then going back out trying to recycle it. The ball's not getting played through the middle the way it used to be.
They've got a lot of players there now who want to take a lot of touches on the ball.
Yeah, and that's a difference.
Doku, they all want to take touches on the ball. Kevin De Bruyne didn't. He played off one touch sometimes. And just that one touch once where he gets it and he goes bang.
Unlocks everything.
And Haaland's in. The next time, the defence have gone there and they're waiting for that, and then the game spreads open, and then you've got players that can run with the ball. It's a domino effect. It's a domino effect. I said from day one, and I'll say it today, Haaland's not getting 60 goals at Rochdale. And I don't mean no disrespect to Rochdale. You're only as good as the people that are going to give you the ball. And he's not going to get the ball on the halfway line, beat 3 players, go round the goalkeeper and score. He's not going to do that.
You know, Rochdale strikers got 55 goals.
No, I'm not saying Rochdale. I could say whoever you want.
Centre forward's got 55 goals already.
Yeah.
10 goals in his last 6 league appearances against Wolves, by the way, for Erling Haaland. They meet this afternoon from 3 o'clock. Of course, it's a significant month coming up for them in terms of what's coming. They've, of course, got that League Cup semi-final second leg. They're in a really decent position. Final Champions League stage game coming up later this week. In terms of the title race, are they still able to make at least a fight of it when you look at what's to come and where they are now?
I just think defensively they are so vulnerable, and Mark Gay is going to improve that. But I think teams get an opportunity against, and we see them last week against Manchester United, and people get a little bit carried away at that. But we touched on it with the way Manchester United set up, I think, defensively, because they've still got amazing creativity player in the final third. But I just think vulnerably, they ain't going to go on a run. I mean, before they drew the 3 games, they'd won 6 on the bounce, and they're going to have to go this again. And the problem is, it's not we just look at Manchester City. We look what they're coming up against in Arsenal, and I just don't see Arsenal losing 3 games to even be in the same bracket as this Manchester City team at this moment in time. So I cannot look past Arsenal at this moment in time because of what Manchester City have done. Boydie's looking at me and thinking...
As a Spurs fan, you must be delighted to say that.
Yeah, no, it's hard to say, but
Arsenal... You talk the truth, don't you?
Yeah, this far superior, and the fact that Manchester City are vulnerable in defence, I think teams get an opportunity against them, and we saw it last week against Manchester United.
We've got to start with that Casemiro news, I think, haven't we? I suppose it wasn't surprising. I suppose many people were expecting it, but do you think it is the right decision? Is now the right time for Manchester United to look forward, to look to their future in terms of their midfield?
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm being honest, I'm quite surprised that he stayed there to the end of his contract. For me, he's been a shadow of the player that we were lauding at Real Madrid. Been a great player, and he's had maybe sort of a couple of spells at Man United where he done okay. For me, it was early on in his career at Man United, and yeah, for me it was inevitable. I suppose the only thing that you would say as a Man United fan is that you haven't really managed to get any money. Well, they're not going to get any money for him, which would have been nice considering the amount of wages that he's on. But for me, he's not performed to the levels at all at Man United.
It was a big deal, wasn't it? It was like £70 million back in 2022, and wages north of £300,000 a week. It's quite a lot. And
well, we thought it was big at the time, didn't we?
Yeah.
Like for his age, 70 million
for a 28-year-old.
Yeah, and then when you then hear the sort of wages that he was on, and James was right, but yeah, for me it was an astronomical size deal for someone of that age, and I don't think he's really produced.
Well, the news comes at the same time that Manchester United are ready to open talks with Kobbie Mainoo over a new contract. So quite the turnaround for him, James, isn't it? It's unbelievable, really. I mean, just a few weeks ago, he looked surplus to requirements. He only got his first league start in January, and now talks to get a new contract. It's amazing.
It's amazing what happens when a manager leaves, doesn't it? And new people come in and with fresh eyes to look at it. Look, there's someone who's come through the academy at Manchester United. He's actually one of the less paid members of the Manchester United first team. So discussions are ongoing with his representatives about bringing him up to some parity with his teammates. And yeah, it didn't start under Ruben Amorim in the Premier League, and then Michael Carrick's come in on interim basis, starts him straight away, and actually he was terrific. He showed everybody what sort of player Kobbie Mainoo is, didn't he?
Well, for me, it's been scandalous the way he was treated under Amorim. I think what he done at such a young age for not just Man United but for England, I was a huge fan, and even going back to the contract situation, they clearly wanted him to sign a new one. I think at the beginning of the season, well, maybe at the back end of last season, there was talks going on. But I suppose if you're his representatives, whoever that is, the minute you've been treated like that by Amorim, you put the handbrake up and you put them on put that contract situation on the hold.
Do you think as a club as well at the time who were, putting all their eggs in the Ruben Amorim basket, they're looking and going, hold on a minute, we've got a player who's got 18 months left on his contract, but he's not in the first team reckoning. Maybe this isn't the time to offer him a contract, despite the fact he's come through the academy.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they've been speaking for ages, and then all of a sudden it gets put on hold, whether that's because the club's backing the manager. But you do need to realise as well that football is a business, and when you are running a football club, whether it be sporting directors or people who are the money men, you've got to protect your assets. So, I mean, I'm sure that they're quite pleased that Kobbie Mainoo's been put in straight away, because it will give them a better chance of getting him over the line with a contract. And I'm pleased to see it, to be honest, because I like seeing young English players coming through, and I think he comes under that bracket as one of the top ones we have.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. Just in one game, he seems to have just reaffirmed his value incredibly, and it's almost like, right, he's locked down his midfield position. But then who's going to play alongside him? So now the focus turns to, probably in the summer, really, rather than in January, who they can bring in. And there are three obvious options we've all been talking about: Anderson, Baleba and Wharton. Now, you've had a quick look at those three and their numbers this season. They're not all exactly the same, are they, in terms of midfield?
Look, you can determine numbers in different ways, but we're going to have a look at them now on the screen. You'll just see some comparison between the three right now. And you see, look, Anderson's played a lot this season. The difference in successful passes is huge, actually. But Anderson's stats just match up so heavily. Carlos Baleba hasn't had a great season. It's, I think, pretty fair and obvious for everybody to see. He was fantastic last season, struggled a little bit this season. And remember, there was talk in the summer about a link of Manchester United interested in Carlos Baleba. Adam Wharton's an interesting one. Crystal Palace remain resolute that he's one for the future for them. They want to build the team around him. But Steve Parish has also spoken recently about the fact he knows he's an ambitious young player, and eventually at some point he'll want to play Champions League football. But he has a long contract at Crystal Palace. Anderson's got a long contract. Carlos Baleba's tied down at Brighton. Whichever one you pick, it's going to cost a lot of money in the summer.
Who's going to be the cheapest, do you think, of those three?
For me, I would say the cheapest probably. I think you'd be able to get Adam Wharton for cheaper than the other two. I think because of what happened with Moises Caicedo at Brighton and the value they put on him, and obviously the amount of money they recruit from Chelsea for that, I think they'll look at Carlos Baleba and go, well, hold on a minute, we see you as potentially being as good as Moises Caicedo, so we won't accept anything below, say, 100 million. Elliot Anderson, for me, has been terrific. For me, he's the standout option for Manchester United as a defensive midfielder. We've not just seen his impact at Nottingham Forest, we've seen his impact at England. And you mentioned about Kobbie Mainoo and the fact he was starting in that central midfield role before. Elliot Anderson's come in, perhaps surprising at the start when he came in. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He's been excellent, and he's been able to unleash Declan Rice further forward. For me, it's Elliot Anderson. I think he's probably in the middle of Wharton and Baleba in terms of how much he'll cost.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? If you take the cost out of it, say they all cost the same, which of those three would you pick to play alongside Kobbie Mainoo in the midfield?
I agree with James. I just think Elliot Anderson's head and shoulders above the other two at the moment. I think his growth as a player. I also think, I know he comes under the bracket as a defensive midfielder, but I think he can play as an 8 as well. I think he shows that he's got not only ability to link the play and take it off the centre halves, and you see with the amount of passes he makes. I mean, I made a comment when they played City that, for me, Elliot Anderson looked more like a City player than Gonzalez did when they played against each other. But I think he can do both roles. So if there was an opportunity to obviously go in a big club like Man United, I think you'd look to take it. But if I'm being honest, I think there'll be other takers for Elliot Anderson, which might be further forward than Man United are.
Yeah, I think there'll be a queue of suitors, and you make a good point. I mean, I think he grew up in Newcastle, actually playing more of a 10 when he was younger. But he's somebody who's learnt his trade. He went on loan to Bristol Rovers for a short period, helped get them promoted, scoring 6, assists 6 as well. He was such a big part of that.
So played on the wing as well, hasn't he?
He's played on the wing at Newcastle as well. And then obviously, if you see Newcastle, they didn't want to sell him. Eddie Howe's been very open about the fact that he never wanted to get rid of him. It was PSR reasons that determined that. But actually, it's probably been the best move for him, because you look at that Newcastle midfield, Tonali, Joelinton, Guimaraes, he might have struggled to get in there, which seems remarkable considering how well he's played. But I agree with Jody. I think Manchester United might be one suitor, but there'll be a whole host of suitors for Elliot Anderson.
The only thing I would say is that probably the type of player, if you wanted him to play with Kobbie Mainoo, it might lean towards Belieber, because he's a bit more of a breaker-upper.
Right.
And that could be a bit more in the mould of, say, a Casemiro, a younger version. But the form, like James said, I think his form's been really poor since the focus and spotlight has been on him, and some players can deal with that. And I have to say as well, I'm a fan of Adam Wharton's, and I think the higher level of team that he plays in, even though he's been playing in a hugely successful Palace team, I think you'll even get more from him because of the type of passes that he sees and the vision that he has in both feet.
Yeah. Transfers, 10 days to go in the winter window, and there is big news coming out of Manchester United. Loads for us to get stuck into in the company of Jody Morris and James Green. Jean-Philippe Mateta's future isn't resolved. He wants to leave Selhurst Park, but will he get his wish? Not the only player that wants out of their club. Lucas Paquetá won't be playing for West Ham this weekend as he hopes for a return to Brazil. And we're gearing up for another big weekend in the Premier League. We will hear from a host of managers, including Eddie Howe. Right, morning to you all at home. Good morning to you two as well. Have you cleared up that coffee that you spilled just a couple of minutes ago on the side there?
He's had a good start to the day,
Started me to go on. Yeah, I could just catch it at the corner of my eye there, fiddling away. Good to have you anyway, Jody. We've got to start with that Casemiro news, I think, haven't we? I suppose it wasn't surprising. I suppose many people were expecting it, but do you think it is the right decision? Is now the right time for Manchester United to look forward, to look to their future in terms of their midfield?
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm being honest, I'm quite surprised that he stayed there to the end of his contract. For me, he's been a shadow of the player that we were lauding at Real Madrid. Been a great player, and he's had maybe sort of a couple of spells at Man United where he done okay. For me, it was early on in his career at Man United, and yeah, for me, it was inevitable. I suppose the only thing that you would say as a Man United fan is that you haven't really managed to get any money. Well, they're not going to get any money for him, which would have been nice considering the amount of wages that he's on. But for me, he's not performed to the levels at all at Man United.
It was a big deal, wasn't it? It was like £70 million back in 2022, and wages north of £300,000 a week. It's quite a lot. And
well, we thought it was big at the time, didn't we?
Yeah.
Like for his age, 70 million
for a 28-year-old.
Yeah, and then when you then hear the sort of wages that he was on, and James was right, but yeah, for me it was an astronomical size deal for someone of that age, and I don't think he's really produced.
Well, the news comes at the same time that Manchester United are ready to open talks with Kobbie Mainoo over a new contract. So quite the turnaround for him, James, isn't it? It's unbelievable, really. I mean, just a few weeks ago, he looked surplus to requirements. He only got his first league start in January, and now talks to get a new contract. It's amazing.
It's amazing what happens when a manager leaves, doesn't it? And new people come in and with fresh eyes to look at it. Look, there's someone who's come through the academy at Manchester United. He's actually one of the less paid members of the Manchester United first team. So discussions are ongoing with his representatives about bringing him up to some parity with his teammates. And yeah, it didn't start under Ruben Amorim in the Premier League, and then Michael Carrick's come in on interim basis, starts him straight away. And actually, he was terrific. He showed everybody what sort of player Kobbie Mainoo is, didn't he?
Well, for me, it's been scandalous the way he was treated under Amorim. I think what he done at such a young age for not just Man United but for England. I was a huge fan, and And even going back to the contract situation, they clearly wanted him to sign a new one, I think, at the beginning of the season. Well, maybe at the back end of last season, there was talks going on. But I suppose if you're his representatives, whoever that is, the minute you've been treated like that by Amorim, you put the handbrake up and you put them on put that contract situation on the hold.
Do you think as a club as well at the time who were, putting all their eggs in the Ruben Amorim basket, they're looking and going, hold on a minute, we've got a player who's got 18 months left on his contract, but he's not in the first team reckoning. Maybe this isn't the time to offer him a contract, despite the fact he's come through the academy.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they've been speaking for ages, and then all of a sudden it gets put on hold, whether that's because the club's backing the manager. But you do need to realise as well that football is a business, and when you are running a football club, whether it be sporting directors or people who are the money men, you've got to protect your assets. So, I mean, I'm sure that they're quite pleased that Kobbie Mainoo's been put in straight away, because it will give them a better chance of getting him over the line with a contract. And I'm pleased to see it, to be honest, because I like seeing young English players coming through, and I think he comes under that bracket as one of the top ones we have.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. Just in one game, he seems to have just reaffirmed his value incredibly, and it's almost like, right, he's locked down his midfield position. But then who's going to play alongside him? So now the focus turns to, probably in the summer, really, rather than in January, who they can bring in. And there are three obvious options we've all been talking about: Anderson, Baleba and Wharton. Now, you've had a quick look at those three and their numbers this season. They're not all exactly the same, are they, in terms of midfield?
Look, you can determine numbers in different ways, but we're going to have a look at them now on the screen. You'll just see some comparison between the three right now. And you see, look, Anderson's played a lot this season. The difference in successful passes is huge, actually. But Anderson's stats just match up so heavily. Carlos Baleba hasn't had a great season. It's, I think, pretty fair and obvious for everybody to see. He was fantastic last season, struggled a little bit this season. And remember, there was talk in the summer about a link of Manchester United interested in Carlos Baleba. Adam Wharton's an interesting one. Crystal Palace remain resolute that he's one for the future for them. They want to build the team around him. But Steve Parish has also spoken recently about the fact he knows he's an ambitious young player, and eventually at some point he'll want to play Champions League football. But he has a long contract at Crystal Palace. Anderson's got a long contract. Carlos Baleba's tied down at Brighton. Whichever one you pick, it's going to cost a lot of money in the summer.
Who's going to be the cheapest, do you think, of those three?
For me, I would say the cheapest probably, I think you'd be able to get Adam Wharton for cheaper than the other two. I think because of what happened with Moises Caicedo at Brighton and the value they put on him, and obviously the amount of money they recruit from Chelsea for that, I think they'll look at Carlos Baleba and go, well, hold on a minute, we see you as potentially being as good as Moises Caicedo, so we won't accept anything below, say, 100 million. Elliot Anderson, for me, has been terrific. For me, he's the standout option for Manchester United as a defensive midfielder. We've not just seen his impact at Nottingham Forest, we've seen his impact at England. And you mentioned about Kobbie Mainoo and the fact he was starting in that central midfield role before. Elliot Anderson's come in, perhaps surprising at the start when he came in. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He's been excellent, and he's been able to unleash Declan Rice further forward. For me, it's Elliot Anderson. I think he's probably in the middle of Wharton and Baleba in terms of how much he'll cost.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? If you take the cost out of it, say they all cost the same, which of those three would you pick to play alongside Kobbie Mainoo in the midfield?
I agree with James. I just think Elliot Anderson's head and shoulders above the other two at the moment. I think his growth as a player. I also think, I know he comes under the bracket as a defensive midfielder, but I think he can play as an 8 as well. I think he shows that he's got not only ability to link the play and take it off the centre halves, and you see with the amount of passes he makes. I mean, I made a comment when they played City that, for me, Elliot Anderson looked more like a City player than Gonzalez did when they played against each other. But I think he can do both roles. So if there was an opportunity to obviously go in a big club like Man United, I think you'd look to take it. But if I'm being honest, I think there'll be other takers for Elliot Anderson, which might be further forward than Man United are.
Yeah, I think there'll be a queue of suitors, and you make a good point. I mean, I think he grew up in Newcastle, actually playing more of a 10 when he was younger. But he's somebody who's learnt his trade. He went on loan to Bristol Rovers for a short period, helped get them promoted, scoring 6, assists 6 as well. He was such a big part of that.
So played on the wing as well, hasn't he?
He's played on the wing at Newcastle as well. And then obviously, if you see Newcastle, they didn't want to sell him. Eddie Howe's been very open about the fact that he never wanted to get rid of him. It was PSR reasons that determined that. But actually, it's probably been the best move for him, because you look at that Newcastle midfield, Tonali, Joelinton, Guimaraes. He might have struggled to get in there, which seems remarkable considering how well he's played. But I agree with Jody. I think Manchester United might be one suitor, but there'll be a whole host of suitors for Elliot Anderson.
The only thing I would say is that probably the type of player, if you wanted him to play with Kobbie Mainoo, it might lean towards Belieber, because he's a bit more of a breaker-upper.
Right.
And that could be a bit more in the mould of, say, a Casemiro, a younger version. But the form, like James said, I think his form's been really poor since the focus and spotlight has been on him, and some players can deal with that. And I have to say as well, I'm a fan of Adam Wharton's, and I think the higher level of team that he plays in, even though he's been playing in a hugely successful Palace team, I think you'll even get more from him because of the type of passes that he sees and the vision that he has in both feet.
Yeah, fascinating to see what happens with these three guys, probably in the summer. As for Manchester United, how about this for a game up next? They are off to the Emirates to take on Arsenal. We've got Roy Keane and Patrick Vieira amongst the studio guests. You make sure you tune in for that one. 4 o'clock, Sky Sports Premier League, Super Sunday. Right, another player who has been of interest to Manchester United in the past. May still be, we're not too sure, but it is a story to keep a close eye on before deadline day, and that is Jean-Philippe Mateta, who has told Crystal Palace that he wants to leave the club. Latest blow in a terrible few days for Palace. What's the latest then in terms of Mateta, and what are the different ways that this could play out over the next few days?
Oh, it's messy for Crystal Palace, and I really feel for Crystal Palace. You know, last season, their most successful season as a football club, winning a major trophy, qualifying for Europe, and then the past week has been utterly horrendous, hasn't it? Mark Gay, their captain, leaving, Oliver Glasner saying he's going to leave at the end of the season. Now Jean-Philippe Mateta, his future's up in the air. Look, we understand he actually wanted to leave in the summer. Multiple clubs actually tried to sign the player in the summer. He wants to play Champions League football. There was even a late inquiry from Spurs in the summer, but Crystal Palace kept hold of him. Clubs in Italy, Atalanta, AC Milan, Juventus, very keen. Now, Juventus initially wanted him on loan in this window, but this was something that never materialised. Crystal Palace were not entertaining a loan move, even with a short fee of around €2 million. The player is desperate to play Champions League football. He's got 18 months left on his contract, 28 years old, nearly 29 years old, and he sees his future away, and he sees this as an opportunity to do it. But for Crystal Palace, you've got to look and go, can they afford to let their captain go? Can they afford to let their main man go up front? And they want to stand firm. They won't want to let him go in this window.
What do you make of where Palace are right now? Because they win their first trophy, playing brilliant football under Glasner, start the season well as well. They managed to cope with selling Eze to Arsenal. Now, all of a sudden, it seems to be falling apart. You know, they've lost Gay, Mateta wants out, Glasner is going to leave at the end of the summer. Everyone knows that. He's kicked off against the owners. What could Palace have done to avoid this? Or was this just inevitable? When you're a club like Crystal Palace and you're doing well, big clubs come in and raid your talent?
Unfortunately, I think it's inevitable. I think that's just the way that Palace works. And I have to say, I think Steve Parish has done an amazing job of navigating that squad and recouping good money for players that... I know Dougie Freedman's not there anymore as sporting director, but he done a great job of getting some great young players in. They've got good money. And how unlucky have they been? I mean, even with the European competition that they then have to drop down into the lower version of it. Listen, I think it's just the way where Palace are at. And unfortunately, when everything's going great and you're flying and winning games, maybe players are okay to stick around. And when it looks like the manager's not going to be there the next year, when they see other players, their teammates know that they're moving on, and maybe the Mateta situation, they said, well, I've stayed and weren't allowed to go in the summer, now you're letting people go. I want to go as well then, because listen, Palace we know is not a club that are going to compete with the big money men in the league, and they've got a. I know Steve Parish has got people to answer to regarding getting money into the football club, so that's a hard thing to juggle at times when you're a Palace fan and you know you've just watched your most successful season ever, and what a 18 months they've had.
Yeah, and I think on that as well with Steve Parish, he's a tough businessman. He won't let Mateta go for nothing just because a player's come to him and said, I want to leave, I see my future away. He's not going to sit there and go, OK, well, we'll accept the first offer for you. They value him at around £35 million. Now, that for Juventus seems potentially quite steep. That might be too steep for a lot of clubs looking at bringing in a 28, nearly 29-year-old who's got a little bit left at 18 months on his contract. The fee might be tricky, and that's where I think the stumbling block may be in this window. But we know what January can be like. And January is, as much as it's a difficult month to get business done, if a club is desperate for a player or wants a striker desperately, who are always so sought after in any transfer window, that potentially could be a deal that could happen towards the end of the window.
In all of this, I mean, obviously they're going to miss Gay, they're going to miss Eze, they already do. If Mateta goes, they're going to miss him. But is the biggest regret not holding on to Glasner in some ways? Because especially now that he said that he's going, the whole thing could fall apart. Other players could leave.
But I imagine they've been trying to. And maybe Glasner has options that might come to fruition in the summer. Maybe
they could have kept him more happy, couldn't they, with players coming in?
Well, I mean, again, I think that's difficult to do when you've got people to answer to upstairs with where Palace are at. They would have hoped to maybe get a little bit more money in by going into the Europa, whatever one it is, conference, rather than the one. Yeah.
Chelsea won it. You should know about it.
Yeah, but I don't really count those sort of. But listen, I just think that's where Palace are at, and they're probably offered Glasner multiple contracts that he's turned down. So listen, it's a difficult job running a football club at the best of times, let alone when you're kind of trying to fight success with balance in the books.
Yeah. Lots of stories around Palace at the moment. We've got plenty to come as well on Good Morning Transfers. Nottingham Forest are closing in on signing a striker. And will Lucas Paquetá play for West Ham again? Stay tuned. These pictures just reaching us. Lewis Hamilton in Maranello as Ferrari gets set to launch their new car for the 2026 season. They'll do that later this morning and we'll be live to Italy at around about 10:30, where we expect to see Hamilton drive the new car along with his teammate Charles Leclerc. Right, we're going to go to Nottingham Forest now, though, and Lorenzo Luca is having a medical today ahead of an initial loan move from Napoli. The agreement between the club also contains a £34.8 million option to buy the striker. He's a very, very big lad as well. We're going to get into that in a moment. But first of all, Jody, when you look at their situation now compared to last season, Nottingham Forest, is the main difference simply they haven't got a Chris Wood or someone like that who is banging in goals up front? They are really missing that goal scorer up front this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like that. And also we've got to take into account that people respect them a lot more than they did in maybe previous seasons when they was in relegation battles. I mean, for the past 18 months or so previous to this year, they've certainly picked up and they was a threat massively on the counter-attack. They've maybe missed Elanga. We know he hasn't really done too many great things at Newcastle, but he was certainly a thorn in many a side when he was counter-attacking for Nottingham Forest. So, yeah, listen, I think it comes with the territory. I think when you get a little bit of success, teams respect you, but they certainly look like they need someone to be putting the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, well, Igor Jesus, they actually rested yesterday, didn't have a recognised number 9 in the squad. Lorenzo Luca, though, if you look at his stats, only 1 goal in Serie A this season. So why are they so keen to bring him in? What is the selling point for Lorenzo Luca that's got them
You sold him at the top where you say he's a big lad. He's 6'7", and we know with Sean Dyche he likes big centre forwards. We saw the impact Chris Wood had at Nottingham Forest last season. It's an interesting one with Lorenzo Luca because it's another one of these complex situations where he's technically an Udinese player, but he's on loan with an obligation to buy for Napoli. He's met those requirements already, so it's technically then...
It's like the Tammy Abraham situation.
Like the Tammy Abraham situation, very, very similar. So it gets a little bit messy, but Napoli forked out a big loan fee in the summer to bring him to Naples. A big option to buy, which is around 29 million euros, I believe, at the end of the season. But he's not playing. He started just 4 Serie A games this season, not hit the ground running at all. But if you go back to last season at Udinese, he scored 14 goals, had the most headed goals in Serie A. And that will be something that Sean Dyche will be looking at as a reason why maybe this is the guy for us. If he can get the most out of their wingers, get the ball in the box more, a la Chris Wood last season, maybe this is why they've got this guy. And as you mentioned, like they need help up front at the moment without Wood being injured at the moment.
I've just got a transfer update for you regarding Oscar Bobb. James, wonder what you can tell us about this. We know that Fulham have been interested in Oscar Bobb, and is anything moving on this at the moment?
Yeah, there's a bit of movement to it right now. Fulham remain in talks right now over Manchester City's Oscar Bobb. So look, we kind of knew this was going to happen at some point. Discussions, we understand, though, at the moment are believed to be progressing, but Fulham have not yet made a formal bid. Sky Sports News understands that. And Bobb has been of interest to a number of clubs this month, and that includes Borussia Dortmund. So it's another one of those City players that seems like they're deemed for surplus to requirements, but one that can bring in a good transfer fee again. That's something that Manchester City seem to have done pretty well over recent years.
Do you think Bobb will be a good move for Fulham and the player?
I really like him.
Yeah.
I think he was so unlucky to get that serious injury when he got it because he was playing games for Man City, burst onto the scene. I think he's a real talent and one that I think more than 1 or 2 Premier League clubs should be looking at because I think, especially if you're lacking from an attacking aspect, I mean, I know Fulham have got people like Harry Wilson's on fire this year that might be playing in a similar position, but I'm a real fan of Oscar Bobb and I think he can enhance many attacking teams in this Premier League.
OK, well, Fulham remain in talks over signing him. Just to remind you, discussions are believed to be progressing for Oscar Bob. Fulham have not yet made a formal bid. That's what we understand. He has also been of interest to a number of other clubs this month, including Borussia Dortmund. We'll keep you posted if anything happens on the Oscar Bob front. Now, back to Nottingham Forest, who have been linked with the Sunderland forward Wilson Isidore, who hasn't started a Premier League game since December the 6th. Sunderland head coach Regis Lebris admits the striker is frustrated by the lack of game time.
For Wilson, it's always so had many conversations with him and his agent recently. He's a really good player, important for us. Did really well in the past and for sure in the future as well. And we still have momentum. And I think for Sunderland at the minute it's really positive to have Brian in a good form. And two strikers, Eddie and Wilson, ready to go.
If he were to leave this window, could you get by from now until the end of the season with Brian Broadway and Elijah Mayenda, or would you then need a replacement?
That's a good question. So I don't want to answer. With only one player, you can sustain the level because of the physicality, because of the strength of the opponents. You need two to sustain the level, and one more versatile is always useful. So our setup at the minute is perfect.
Just some news reaching us regarding a player who's been looked at by several clubs in the Premier League, and that is Jan Diomande. However, Leipzig's £86 million demand for him is putting clubs off making a bid this month. Tottenham, Liverpool and Manchester United are among a number of teams who are monitoring the Ivory Coast winger. One to watch in the summer, we think, for sure. Let's get to West Ham now. Nuno Espirito Santo has confirmed Lucas Paquetá will miss the game against Sunderland tomorrow. The Brazilian has been heavily linked with an exit from the London Stadium this month, with a potential return to his boyhood club Flamengo on the cards.
It's the same as last week. We hope that the club and Lucas find a solution. You know my opinion about Lucas. It's already been said in this room. But for this game against Sunderland, he's not going to be in the squad.
He's not. He's still.
No, he's not going to be in the squad.
Is there a timeline? Is that the back injury?
We have to deal
still?
day by day. We have to deal with the Lucas situation day by day.
And how's he feeling mentally right now? Because we know it's been a tough period for him. He's been quite open about how he's been feeling.
Yeah, all the things that happened in the past has created so many problems individually. Now that he's finished, like I said, I hope Lucas and the club find a solution so we can move forward from that issue.
James Green doing the grilling there of Nuno yesterday. What's going on then? What is going? Is he injured?
What, with my grilling?
Is he not? No, your grilling was fine.
He was happy when I finished, that's for sure.
Yeah, I bet he was. What is happening? Is he injured? Is he not injured? Why is he not featuring?
Look, originally it was a back injury that was cited. Reason he came off against Nottingham Forest, he had back spasms. That's what the club had cited as to why he didn't play against QPR and didn't play again against Tottenham. But yesterday it was very clear, speaking to Nuno Espirito Santo, the reason he's not playing, he's mentally not ready to play right now. So that's the situation. He might have still a slight back injury, but I think if the other situation wasn't solved, I think the back injury wouldn't prevent him from playing. Problem is, look, he wants to go back to Brazil. He's desperate to go back to Brazil. Flamengo, we know, are very interested in signing him. They're not in a rush, Flamengo, to sign him at the moment. So they don't need to rush. Season doesn't start for a little bit of time. I think about March when they can sign him. And then even if they sign him in the summer, he comes in at a good time where they're pushing for the latter stages of their season. So they're quite relaxed about that. From West Ham's perspective, he's arguably their best player, second best player, however you want to call it, behind Jarrod Bowen. He's so important to them, and when you're in a relegation battle, surely you need your best quality players. This is a player who's contracted still at the club. So West Ham's perspective, albeit they're supporting him in his current struggles mentally, but they can't just say, OK, yes, go back to Brazil, we'll just let you go on the cheap. They have to look at it as a business perspective and go, you are contracted to us. Unless someone's going to pay us a transfer fee that we value you at, you're going to have to carry on playing, and we need you right now. We're in a relegation scrap. Nuno is very clear. He wants Paquetá to stay. He's a big fan of his, big fan of the impacts he can have on his side, and knows it's all hands on the pump right now. He doesn't shy away from the fact they're in a relegation scrap. But it's whether there's an agreement can be reached between the player and the club. It's a really tricky situation, especially for Nuno right now.
It is a tricky situation, isn't it? If you were a West Ham decision maker, how would you handle this, do you think?
I think it's a difficult one because if he's one of those, and by the way, I think he is one of the better players, but I think he's underperformed just as much as anyone this year, and I think Jared Bowen is head and shoulders ahead of him as far as being importance to West Ham. But we're talking about a player who goals not too long ago, putting the phone down as if like he didn't want to leave West Ham, and like you were saying, West Ham have supported him. He's underperformed massively for me this season, and do you want someone like that in your team or in and around your squad who's clearly trying to make strides to get out of the football club? When you're in a relegation battle, which West Ham definitely are in, you need people to roll their sleeves up and put their foot in and get stuck in. You don't want people that are trying to exit the door. And I understand why he's not in the squad, but as James rightly points out, he's got plenty of time left on his contract, and the figures that you're seeing being bandied about for him, if you're talking over a year ago, they reckon he was going to Man City for big numbers.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be settling for that. So I'd have a chat with him personally if I was Nuno, saying, look, you need to be playing whilst you're still looking to try and get away, because the club ain't letting you go. No one's winning if you're not playing on the sidelines or not even in the squad.
And he's not winning either, with a World Cup on the horizon too. So I've absolutely no doubts that Nuno's spoken to the player and tried to express his need for him. I think it's a really a difficult situation where he wants to go back to Brazil desperately. So is there an agreement that can get him back in the summer? Will that be enough for Lucas?
Sell him and loan him back to West Ham.
Yeah, he won't be endearing himself to the fans as well, by the way. No. Because like the minute you see players that are not in the squad and they're going for mental reasons because he wants to leave the club, I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting booed the minute he starts playing again.
Well, that's the last thing that he needs and last thing that West Ham needed in the situation they're in right now. Right, next up, we will bring you the Newcastle boss, Eddie Howe, and we'll be chatting all things Chelsea with Jody. Lots going on potentially with Chelsea later on this month. We'll see you in a bit. It's Good Morning Transfers. Newcastle take on Aston Villa live on Sky Sports this Sunday. Will Bruno Guimaraes be fit? He's a doubt after injuring his ankle in the Champions League win over PSV Eindhoven on Wednesday. Eddie Howe has just been holding his pre-match news conference. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, we'll always try and make the right decisions, as we do with every player, depending on need and circumstances, to protect them long term, but also to help the team if they need to play. So we'll try and get that right with Bruno. He is a pivotal player. I've always said he's been the match winner for us so many times over the years. He's an inspirational figure, so we need him. But of course we need him fit and available and able to perform to his best level. So we try and make all the calculations and come up with the right decision.
And how's Dan Burn? Any chance of even being involved in the squad on Sunday?
Possibly. I think with Dan, he, as you saw in the Champions League, around the Champions League game, he is out with the players. Today, possibly the first day where he's training fully with the group, taking contact, and that will be the key thing for him. But he's, I think, desperate to get back involved, so that's a great sign.
Eddie, just on transfers, obviously there's not much time left in the window, and I think you've already sort of hinted at it. There's no panic either way. If you get someone in, you've still got players coming back. Where do you stand on it at the minute? You're not panicking or anything like that?
No, I'm not panicking. I think that is the worst thing you can do in the transfer market, is make rash decisions. So I think we have our strategy. I'll say it time and again. PSR is controlling what we're able to do, and I think you'll understand that gives us limited room to manoeuvre to try and bring a player in that's good enough to elevate the group and to have a long-term future at the football club. With the finances we have available is very, very difficult. So let's see what happens in the last few days. I mean, anything can happen from this point onwards, but certainly we'll try not to panic, and we'll try and make the right decisions.
Thank you. There was a bit of chatter, sort of rumours that Lewis Miley was sort of unsettled last summer and could leave. I presume that was never something that you entertained, and you would like him to spend, the vast majority of his career at his hometown club.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it goes without saying that we were desperate to keep Louis last summer. I don't think there was anything necessarily from Louis' side other than he's keen to play and he's keen to show his qualities. And I don't think he wanted a season where he wasn't involved regularly enough to develop his football career. And you understand that with any footballer, any young player. Playing is ultimately where you develop, and it's always a delicate balance for me because I can only pick 11 players, and under pressure here I have to try and win. So that's always a difficult balance where you want the squad, but you want players to push on in their careers. But we felt that we would get football this season. We felt he would contribute. There'd be opportunities to play, and then the rest is up to him. How much he plays then is ultimately guided by how he performs, and to this point he's performed really well, and that's why he's getting more minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, tough fixture list ahead for Newcastle, actually. At least their defensive injury problems are easing just a little bit with the likes of Dan Burn coming back. We're going to talk Chelsea right now, though, and there could be a bit of action in terms of ins and outs for Chelsea before the deadline. It is Chelsea, so you never know what's going to happen. They could be very busy. They could not be. But what is the latest with Chelsea incomings then?
Well, latest is I'm going to be careful with everything I say about Chelsea because of this guy behind me. But look, latest is they are in the market for a centre-back. Levi Colwill, injuring his ACL at the start of the season, opened up a space. And actually, the irony with it is that Enzo Maresca was very keen on bringing in a replacement, and actually they didn't get one in the summer, did they? But they've been in talks with Iran defender Jeremy Jacquet, young 20-year-old. Quite an expensive deal, this one. Could be around like £60 million if they can get that
for a
one.
while now, isn't it?
But it has been linked for a while. I think we first reported it nearly a week ago now. So it's maybe the interest stalled a little bit, the noise has stalled a bit, but there's still time in the window for that to take on. And look, Chelsea wants someone who's ready-made, who can slot straight into the starting lineup. There's been interesting movement on Douglas Luiz at Nottingham Forest. Now, the Times and the Athletic are reporting that Chelsea are interested in bringing him in on loan. Now, that's to offer and provide a bit more depth in the centre of the park. Romeo Lavia struggled with his injuries. Usogo also struggled with his injuries. So it feels like that could just bolster the squad a little bit of experience in the middle of the park. I'm quite sure you're convinced Douglas Luiz is one for Chelsea, though, are you?
No, not really. I mean, I'd be surprised if Douglas Luiz fancies it. I mean, the whole point of going on loan is playing games. And, yeah, all right, it's a step up if you're leaving Forest to go to Chelsea. But at the same time, like I said, and again, I'm sure Douglas Luiz has aspirations come the summer as well. Like, you don't want to be going somewhere then not playing. Does surprise me, that one. I agree with the centre-half shout. I think that's been needed. But then I've also seen that I think they've pulled Dizazi back into the first-team training squad. Yeah. So whether that's Liam having a closer look, and again, he was bought under the sporting director, so maybe the sporting directors have an opinion of him that maybe Maresca didn't. Who knows? So I can see it, though, because we've certainly lacked this defensive structure, not just centre-halves, by the way. We've lacked a little bit of defensive structure, particularly on the turnover. So yeah, surprised at the Douglas Luiz one.
Yeah, is that? I mean, are you surprised also because he doesn't fit the profile of what they've been going for? He's 27 years old. He's a bit of experience, or is that a sign that they're thinking maybe we do need a slightly more experienced player in there?
I actually don't mind that idea because I agree, and I think most coaches or managers would like a little sprinkle of experience in and around a young-ish squad. I don't think they're actually as young as what people make out them to be. I remember when Chelsea won the league, I think it was only sort of half a year's average age group the first year Chelsea won the league. So, and Liam's worked with a younger squad in Strasbourg. So, listen, I think if you're sprinkling a little bit of experience amongst the group, particularly Premier League experience, I think that's a good move. But whether that needs to be in the central midfield area, I'm not so sure. But
spent a lot of money there already.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would look. I mean, and they've got Santos that I know Liam likes from his Strasbourg time. So
and he's done well when Caicedo's been out as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and listen, I think Reece James can play in there, albeit I'd much rather see him playing right back week in, week out. But
pretty good holding midfielder, is it?
No, exactly. I mean, we saw what he done to Arsenal in the 10-man team. So listen, he's capable of doing that. But listen, I'm all for adding a little bit of experience, and if it means that it's going to be on loan to stay within the structure, knowing that you can maybe hand him back at the end of the season, that might be what they're looking at.
So, linked loosely with Douglas Luiz, they are definitely up for Jeremy Jacquet and looking at strengthening at centre-back position. When you look at Chelsea, what do you think they need? What positions do they need to improve to go to the next level? Is it centre-back and central midfield?
Yeah, I don't look at central midfielders as that being a massive problem. I think we've got the best number 6 in the world in breaking up play in Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez has done better in the last year than he has done previously. He's actually getting some goals and assists. And I think if you've got a Cole Palmer, he has to play in the 10 for me. Whether that's the way Liam wants to play, we don't really know yet because he hasn't had Cole available at every opportunity. So I'd like to see a 9 that comes in and will score some goals. I know Liam Delap has played a bit lately, but I think we're lacking in that area. Whether we can get someone in who's got Premier League experience and used to scoring goals, who knows?
Were you perhaps surprised that Chelsea didn't bring in a centre-back in the summer after Levi's injury?
Absolutely. But again, it's who can you go out and get for, and maybe trying to stay within this pay structure, because I think we've maybe used a couple of loopholes that have got us out of a bit of money problems before. I don't know, selling women's teams and car parks and hotels and stuff. Whether they've got any more up their sleeve, who knows? But we can't go out there and spend, although it looks like the guy from Rennes is not going to be on the cheap as well. But who knows with what's going on at Chelsea? We seem to find a way to keep spending at the moment. So, but I'm not sure how long that can go on for.
Quite a bit of land at Cobham that could be sold, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Got a few more car parks they can sell off, a few NCPs.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? You never know what these accountants can come up with, do you?
Yeah, that's another show, by the way. We're not going to do that today, right? Still to come. We're going to bring you the thoughts of the Brighton boss, Fabian Hürzeler, and we're going to talk about Harvey Elliott. Will he leave Aston Villa? What's going on with him? Stay tuned. Breaking news, and Wolves have rejected a bid from Leeds for Jørgen Strand Larsen. The value of it's currently unconfirmed, but Wolves are believed to value him at £40 million, so we can assume it is under that. Wolves are quite content for him to stay, but he has interest from a number of clubs this month, and if he leaves, he has said that he wants to stay in the Premier League. Interesting, this, isn't it, Jody? First of all, from a Leeds point of view, why would you go for Jørgen Strand Larsen when you've got Dominic Calvert-Lewin and Lucas Mecha already there?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, Daniel Farke may think he needs to have a little bit of more strength in depth up top. You certainly wouldn't be looking at taking out Calvert-Lewin at the minute. He's on his hottest streak for years and doing such a great job. It's interesting, though, isn't it? It's because the numbers that was being spoken about for this player in the summer was, I think, a lot higher than 40 million, and it just shows you how quickly things can change in football. We've already mentioned that with Kobbie Mainoo earlier, but...
£55 million rejected in the summer.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, now, do you bite the bullet and accept something less than that? Or, I mean, listen, for me, he's an OK player, but has obviously not performed well this year. Not many Wolves players have, but, yeah, I'm slightly surprised by it.
Wolves seem to be open to listening to offers anyway for a few of their players at the moment. We've already seen Menetzi's gone off, hasn't he, to Paris FC. There's interest in João Gomez. So they've got a big decision to make, haven't they? Because they won't get the same amount of money for Jorgen Strand-Larsen in the summer.
Well, this is it. We discussed this, I think it was last week, and I was explaining that if you're the Wolves hierarchy right now, the position they are in the league, do you look at it and go, well, hold on a minute, very unlikely, really unlikely we're going to survive in the Premier League. We've got to start building and looking at the Championship next season. So do you look and go, well, hold on a minute, are these players going to be with us next season? Jorgen Strand-Larsen isn't going to be there next season, wants to play in the Premier League or a top-level league in Europe. So is this the right time to sell? Is this the best time where you're going to get the most money for? This is certainly an opportunity. I think Wolves probably look back and seeing the fact he's only scored once this season. He scored 14 last year, 13 the season before for Celta Vigo. He's really struggled this year. Hasn't started the last 5 games, which is interesting. It probably shows you what Rob Edwards is thinking in terms of building for his team as well for the end of the season and next year too. So, look, I think Wolves have got an opportunity to cash in now. They'll hold fire. There's still 9-10 days left in the window. Again, as I mentioned before, clubs do get a bit more desperate, and so that figure can rise a little bit more. But he's been disappointing this year. Hasn't played great, but Wolves have struggled so much, so it's perhaps unsurprising.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on that one because could be a few Wolves players on the move before the end of the deadline. You never know. We've just got time to discuss some other players before we go off air here. We've picked out a couple just to have a little bit of a debate about them, what could happen to them. We're going to start with Mickey van der Ven. Now, interesting, Jody, because we've had some links with Liverpool, we should say, over the last few days. Spurs have said, don't want to sell him. Could you see any way that Spurs would change their mind on that?
For January?
Yeah.
I can't see it for January. I mean, especially when you go in, I think he's a player that can probably command a very high fee and have a good few clubs interested in. But the links with Liverpool, I think, are only natural, seeing as they've now missed out on Mark Guehi. So I think he's a player that a lot of teams would like. I think he complements other centre-halves as well, especially with his pace and the fact that he can break lines carrying the ball into midfield. We've seen him score a couple of outstanding goals. But, yeah, I think he's a great addition to many teams, but don't see it this month.
OK, we've got about 30 seconds on Harvey Elliott. Dean Smith has confirmed to us that Charlotte FC are interested in him. What would you do in that situation if you're Harvey Elliott? Would you go to the MLS?
I'm not sure if I'd go to the MLS, and that's nothing on Dean Smith. I love Dean Smith, good coach and all that. But I think for Harvey Elliott's future, who I like him, I think he's a talented boy, played great for England under 21s. He just needs to get game time. But if I was him, I'd prefer it to be in this country and in front of the eyes of...
But he can only go back to Liverpool or play for Aston Villa, which would trigger his obligation to sign, and Aston Villa made it clear they don't want to do that.
OK, so he's got to go to US... OK, well, yeah. He needs games.
Great to see you, Jody. Thank you very much. Thank you, James, as well. We're back with Transfer Talk at midday. Following us, though, it's Sky Sports FC with Jay Bothroyd. Stay tuned.
Earning Premier League club for the first time, according to analysis from financial firm Deloitte. And our chief correspondent, Kaveh Solokol, is here to tell us more about that. Good to see you, Kaveh. Liverpool, top British club for the very first time. What is the secret behind their rise up the table?
Well, they had a brilliant season on and off the pitch last year. They won the title. They were in the Champions League as well. And also, commercially, they've been doing really, really well. And commercial income for the first time has overtaken broadcast income as to where clubs are making most of their money. And commercially, Liverpool have been doing well. Their commercial revenue up 7% last year. And one of the reasons for that is because since Anfield has been redeveloped, it has become a venue for non-football events. For instance, we've seen Taylor Swift play at Anfield. Dua Lipa, I think, played there as well. And also Bruce Springsteen had some concerts there too. So not only have they been doing really well on the pitch, but they've been doing really well off the pitch as well. And also remember, they didn't play in the Club World Cup in the summer. If they'd played in the Club World Cup in the summer, they probably would have made, I don't know, an extra 80, 90 million pounds from that as well. So they would have been even higher in the list and even closer to the top 4 clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich and PSG.
Well, look, you mentioned those 4 clubs and you mentioned the Club World Cup, and I think that may well be part of the answer to my next question, because no English clubs in the top 4. You mentioned those 4 European giants, which are. So what's going on there?
Yeah, it's a bit strange because normally, look, Real Madrid being top, that's not a surprise. I think, Manchester United were last top in 2017. Real Madrid have consistently been top. But it is strange not to have an English club in the top 3. And I think the reasons for that now are that commercial revenue has overtaken broadcast revenue. And historically, of course, the Premier League is the richest league because it makes more money from broadcast revenues than any other league. But commercial revenues are even more important now. And you've got clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, PSG. Now, these are gold standard global brands.
Yeah.
And big companies want to be associated with Real Madrid, Barcelona, PSG and Bayern Munich. Having said that, of course, as you mentioned, 3 out of 4 of them played in the Club World Cup as well, so they would probably have made an extra 70, 80, 90 million pounds from playing in that. And also they're playing in the expanded Champions League. So they're playing more games, making more money from match day revenue, broadcast revenue and commercial revenue as well.
For the first time in the 29 years that Deloitte have been publishing this list, Manchester United are in the lowest position they've been in those 29 years. I remember before the Europa League final last year, people saying this is a huge game for Tottenham because they've gone 17 years without a trophy. It's a huge game for Manchester United because financially they need to be in that Champions League. How worrying for Manchester United that they are as low as they are?
I mean, it is worrying when you see it because I think for the first sort of period when this list was being compiled, it's been going now for 29 years. In those glory years of Manchester United under Sir Alex Ferguson, when they were winning everything and commercially they were ahead of everyone else, they were consistently top. But I don't think it's all doom and gloom for United, because if you break down these figures, for instance, their match day income, even though they're not doing that well, nobody in the Premier League makes more money from hosting games than Manchester United. Their match day income is still £166 million last year. Commercial revenue, £346 million. OK, Manchester City have overtaken them. Liverpool are getting very, very close to them as well. Their commercial revenue is kind of flatlining. But where they're really losing out is broadcast revenue. And the reason they're losing out on broadcast revenue, down about £40 million to £180 million, that is £100 million less than Arsenal, £100 million less than Manchester City, £100 million less than Liverpool. Why? Because they're not in the Champions League, and also they weren't in the Club World Cup. I think what Manchester United need to do is just get back into the Champions League. I think when they get back into the Champions League, expanded format of this competition, their revenues will go up by about £100 million. That is why they're so focused under Michael Carrick now of finishing in the top 4 or the top 5, because I think 5th place will get an English side into the
And you mentioned Manchester's match day revenue. There will only be 20 games played at Old Trafford this season.
Exactly. So I think next year they may fall even further in this money list because they're out of the League Cup, they're out of the FA Cup, they're not playing in Europe at all this season. I think they've taken a hit from their deal with Adidas as well. That has gone down because they're not in the Champions League. So I think next year they'll be even lower, but if they get back in the Champions League, I think the good times will be coming back to Manchester United financially at least.
Off the pitch at least, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cavi.
His first since that outburst at Leeds, which was before AFCON. It was also his first start in a Champions League game since Real Madrid at the start of November. If we compare his average position to that game and last night, you'll notice a slight tweak. He was the furthest forward player on the pitch for Liverpool, and that allowed Jeremy Frimpong to utilise the space on the right.
It helps that he's already for so long with us, so he knows his teammates and he knows how we want to play. And it says a lot about how big of a professional he is, that being away with us for a month in a different team, that he was so fit to play today 90. I think he was close to a goal. Good ball from Cody. Usually that's a goal for him. Tonight it wasn't, but it didn't harm us because we scored free.
Tim Sherwood, good morning. So Salah straight back into the team. It was a tweaked formation as well.
Yeah.
Was that good management from Slot?
I thought it was a masterstroke to bring him back straight in. You know, takes away the circus. Because if he didn't play him, you know, everyone was saying, is that going to be the end of him? Will he leave him out from now to the end of the season?
It would have been our top story, I can tell you that
Absolutely.
Right now.
And so he's made the right decision in that regard. I think he's still a top player. He went away to the AFCON, he scored 4 goals. He would have liked to have won that tournament. He still hasn't won that. So he can come back to Liverpool and try and win a trophy for them. Still not out of the question. I thought they were very impressive last night. I think it's also helped when Liverpool play, whenever they play, when a team like Marseille come out and play against you, they never take a backward step. The Zerbi side will never take a backward step. They always make the pitch wide open. And I think it played into Liverpool's hands, I really do. But you have to give them credit. You know, the setup was good. You know, I thought splitting the 2 strikers, Mo Salah and Ekitike, making them out to in runs, very difficult for any defence to cope with because you don't know where they're going to be. Are they going to stay wide? Are they going to come into there? When they do stay wide, you've got legs like Szoboszlai and Wirtz. As a central defender, you don't want to jump into the 10s, you know, because it leaves a space for them to bend their runs. At the moment, last night, we can only go on last night's evidence, it looked like a very good formation which suited the group of players.
Can we assume that Salah will not be going anywhere this month?
Yes. 100%. I think that decision was made anyway. Forget about him playing him last night. I think he should stay at the club and he should perform and hopefully get a trophy between now and the end of the season. And he'll get a real send-off. At the end of the season, I don't see him staying after that. But let's just concentrate on the here and now. And that's all that Liverpool fans are interested in, and certainly Arne Slot. He's a very good player. He's a top draw player. He's a world-class player. He's one of the best foreign imports we've ever seen into the Premier League. So just get the most out of him while you can. And I think between now and the end of the season, I think he'll be a difference maker for Liverpool.
Well, we are interested in your thoughts on this. Some interesting quotes from Steven Gerrard after the game.
Yeah.
He said that, I mean, Arne Slot has made references to breaking down low blocks. He's done that quite a lot this season. Gerrard said he needs to stop mentioning low blocks. Low blocks have been happening against Liverpool since I was playing. That's just the way it is. What do you think of that?
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. I do hear him coming out with this. Don't like teams that play with low blocks. Don't like teams who play direct. Don't like teams who play with long throws. You're telling the opposition, you're giving them a clue what you're unhappy with. Stop mentioning it. Stevie's right. It's always been the case. Certainly when you go to Anfield, they tend to dominate the game. So what are the teams expected to do? Not everyone's going to play like a De Zerbi side and come out and play on the front foot because that's the way he wants to play. Sometimes they're just trying to get a result for themselves, like a Burnley. You know, they're fighting for their lives at the bottom of the Premier League. They're going to sit back. They're going to put bodies behind the ball because they know Liverpool have the threats. If you're playing 1v1 against Liverpool side, invariably you're going to lose the football match because they've got great individual players. So, you know, the opposition are entitled to play however and whatever they like and when they want. And it is nothing to do with Arne Slot. So I think Steve is absolutely right. To keep your mouth shut, look after your own team and try and find the solutions to break down the low block.
And if they do, what chance do they have in winning the Champions League? Where would they rank for you in terms of what you think, who can go on and win it?
Listen, if they get all their bodies fit, they're quite healthy at the moment. Konate was missing last night. I thought Gomez come in and done a good job. And they're not a bad side, Marseille. You know, they have got their threats. They've got very experienced players. A lot of players are recognisable to the Premier League as well. I think they've got a chance. I wouldn't rule them out. I wouldn't say they were the favourites to go on and win it, but I think they've been there and they've done it before. They've got the experience to be able to do it. Why would you rule out Liverpool? I don't think you can.
And they are unbeaten in 13 in all competitions. Now, Sky Sports are partnered with Finalysis to discover true fan opinion. To have your say on your club, download the Finalysis app now. Scan that QR code for more details. Let's speak to Liverpool fan Lola Katz-Roberts. Good morning, Lola. What did you like about what Mo Salah, what Arne Slot did with Mo Salah?
Morning, Tom. I'm in a really good mood this morning because Liverpool played well. And we did okay against Burnley on the weekend, but I think that was right up there with being our best performance of the season. And Mo Salah's role was, I think it provided a blueprint. I'm not sure if it's the solution, but I think it was a blueprint of how we can get more out of him, especially when we've got Florian Wirtz in the team. He was much narrower, and the fullbacks were giving us lots of width, and that made much more sense for them. I think the problems have been all over the pitch, not just with Mo Salah, but I think if you take the fullbacks, for example, Milos Kerkez, Premier League Team of the Year last season, has looked like he's been used in a completely different way to how he was at Bournemouth. We know Jeremy Frimpong likes to get out wide. So it felt like it made a lot more sense for them. And then for Salah, he's never been the type of winger to go and get chalk on his boots, but playing narrower allowed him to be much more involved. And I think you guys were talking about it earlier. He's so fit. He's going to be in and around it for 90 minutes, making opportunities, sprinting onto things, in stark contrast, actually, to Hugo Ekitike, who looked exhausted on 60 minutes. So narrower is good. It kept him a lot more involved.
So does Slot deserve the credit for that?
Absolutely. The manager deserves loads of credit. He's conducted himself really well under a lot of pressure. And I know I've come on here and said that, I'm losing my patience slightly. But I think actually the frustration is how well we played last night, what Tim was saying about how we're absolutely contenders to win the Champions League. This is a really good team. You look at the players we signed in the summer, you look at Florian Wirtz, Mo Salah, Hugo Ekitike, with the envy of Europe, with the talent we have. And this is the benchmark. You can't just go and play well, once every couple of weeks. You have to go and do it week after week after week. This is Liverpool Football Club.
Lola, it helps when the team come out and play against you and open up the pitch like Marseille did last night. The problem you're going to have is when it goes back to the Premier League, when there's an inferior team fighting to stay in a division and they sit back in that low block, which seems to be the buzzword at the moment for Arne Slot.
Yeah, even Hugo Ekitike has been posting about it on his Instagram, that his nemesis is a low block. And yeah, there's no doubt about it. We've really struggled this season unpicking low blocks. And the games that we've performed the best, Aston Villa, Real Madrid, and Marseille, have all been games in which teams have come out and given us a bit of space to work in. I do think, for what it's worth, we will get that against Bournemouth on Saturday. But I agree with you, Tim. We obviously, we've got ambitions to finish in the top four. We had ambitions to finish higher than the top four at the start of the season, and we haven't managed to beat any of the promoted sides at home. And that just shows the problem, doesn't it? With the low
what
drop.
is success, Lola, between now and the end of the season?
I mean, it pains me to say I obviously have given up on winning the title. We have got to finish in the top four, top five, get Champions League football. But I'm ambitious, and I want to give you guys a world exclusive this morning on Sky Sports News. I think number 7 is coming home to Liverpool, and we will win number 7 in Budapest. So that is what success looks like, Tim, winning the Champions League.
Okay, who wants to get us underway? Nobody? Kieran?
Back. Thank you. Brilliant, congratulations. How did you see that game unfold? Obviously them sitting very deep and eventually finding the breakthrough.
Yeah, you have to keep banging on the door. Obviously you want to get the breakthrough earlier to open up the game. I felt it was a harsh decision on Enzo. maybe puts his hands on him. I think in the Premier League is probably a goal. But the players, sometimes you just have to keep going. You have to keep knocking on the door, but you also have to keep the back door shut. Things I was pleased with. There are things that we need to improve on, but overall the body language of the group, they kept going. They were making block after block and save after save. I was delighted for Moy to get the goal and get the result we deserved.
Dom.
Liam, presumably you'd have liked to win by a few more tonight, not only because that's what you would have gone in wanting, but also because the table now looks really tight with lots of teams on 13 points. And also just a word on Moises, who's increasingly becoming a regular goal scorer for this club.
Yeah, Moy is an outstanding player, a world-class midfield player. I don't know how many headers he's actually scored in his career, but we're always a threat on set plays. He's a top player. But no, when you play against the low block, your pivot players can be higher up the pitch. He scored a couple from outside the box this season, and hopefully he can keep chipping in with goals to help us win more games of football.
And in terms of wanting to score a few more tonight as well?
Oh, sorry, yeah. In terms of course, you always want to score more goals. You always want to win by bigger margins. But the reality of our situation is now we're in the top 8. If we win, we have a fantastic chance to go through. We have a very difficult game against Crystal Palace on Sunday that we need to prepare for, and then we'll assess that game of how we go about it next Wednesday.
Peter.
Hi, Liam. Could I just do an injury check? Cole Palmer wasn't involved today. What's the latest with him?
Yeah, precautionary. He felt something really, really minor in the game against Brentford, actually quite early in the game. So credit to him to keep going through it. But I don't want to risk any players at this stage, especially players of Cole's quality. He's got a really good chance to be involved and start the game on Sunday, and we'll keep preparing him for that.
Is that related to his groin, which he's obviously been...
No.
Okay. And Reece James went off at half-time. Was that just a decision because of minutes? Or
minutes, and making sure that he's prepared for we are playing Wednesday, Saturday. And I want to make sure Reece is available as much as possible because he's an outstanding player and he's a leader in our group.
Jacob, over here, please.
Hi, Liam. Is Liam Delap player lacking confidence at the moment?
I wouldn't say so. Liam's an outstanding player. It's very difficult for a centre forward to find spaces when a team defends as deep as Paphos did. I think Liam prefers open spaces to run into and use his speed and his pace. But no, he did a lot of really good things today with and without the ball. I wouldn't say he's lacking confidence at all.
Liam, what have you got to do to get these fans on side? Because it still feels quite low key for a Champions League game. They're still singing about the ownership. How do you change that?
I just have to keep focusing on the job, which is try to win as many games as possible. I can't affect what people prejudge me as or prejudge things that are happening. Well, from my point of view, I'm very excited for the future of the club. With the squad that we have, the youth of the squad, how much it can improve, and with small things and little tweaks and little improvements, I think this team can go a long way. I would love the fans to be with us and to be with me, but to do that, I need to earn that. It's two-way.
Simon.
Hey, Liam. Touching on the task that faces you next week, I know you're probably just thinking Crystal Palace right now, but is that a task that Chelsea should be daunted by or not fearful of? Because obviously probably a win is what's required to finish in the top 8.
I think this club is ever daunted about any fixture. We know it will be a difficult game. Antonio's an incredible coach. But yeah, I'm not daunted by that prospect at all. They have to win, which changes the dynamic of the game a little bit. But my focus now is on Crystal Palace, honestly. I've spoken to the players about how important the next game is. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
We'll do 2 more, Gary and then Nizar.
Been a great night, Liam. Congratulations. Won your first game as a Champions League head coach. You won 2 games at home on the bounce, now in the top 8. But the big question the whole world wants to know is the sticker on Billy McCulloch's head, always connected. What does that mean?
Yeah, for me, there's in-jokes with the players. Billy's an institution here. The players love him. He's a massive personality. He understands the tradition of this football club, and I want my players to enjoy in moments and relax a little bit more. I'm demanding on them when they need to be demanded on, for sure. But it was nice to see a few smiles on faces, because you need that as well. I want the group to be close and enjoy each other's company. And Billy is somebody who makes them laugh and makes them enjoy what they do.
But always connected is an in-joke and will stay.
It'll stay an in-joke.
Nizar.
Hi Liam, there's not much left, but was Philip Jorgensen injured? I assume that he would.
Yeah, unfortunately he picked something up. Devastated for him, because he's really impressed me in his time, not just the game at Charlton, but how he's trained. Rob Sanchez came on, made a fantastic punch with one of the few balls they put into our box, and hopefully Philippe can get better really, really quickly.
You got any sense what it is or how bad it is?
No.
No worries.
Okay, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
2 wins. One of them was against Exeter in the FA Cup, and they did beat Newcastle, in fairness, away in the Carabao Cup semi-final. But what's going wrong?
Yeah, I think when you look at this team, I mean, Mark Gahey going in there this week, them sealing that deal, I think is massive for them based upon their back line. I mean, saw the mistake there from Elaine. I mean, these things happen in a game, but you look at O'Reilly in the game, Kusanov, you know, their back line, you know, they're 20 years old, 2021. And then Ait Nouri, since he's gone there, I don't think it's really, you know, he's had his injuries, it hasn't really gone to plan. And I think, you know, this man behind not scoring goals, you know, fair play to Haaland, because he does front up, you know, 1 goal in 7 now, and when he's not scoring, and that was a penalty, but a goal's a goal at the end of the day, like they all count. But I just think when he's not scoring, it's almost like, where did the goals come from? I like Shirky. I think he's been a fantastic signing. You look at their bench last night, you know, Mamouche comes into the game. He looked like he got off to a really good start to his Man City career. But when I look at Pep Guardiola, he just looks tired as well. Do you know what I mean? I know there's a lot of speculation about the summer. A lot of people are speculating that Enzo Maresca's going to go in there already next week. Like, all these kind of outside noises. Phil Foden also playing with a broken hand, fair play to him, but I feel like City were a side a few years ago that, you know, had Mahrez, Alvarez, their strength in depth was different, Gondogan, you know, and I feel like Bernardo Silva was obviously performing to the levels he used to as well. Then he's been linked away to Juventus. So I look at this Man City team and they're still in second in the Premier League, but they're nowhere near the levels we know that they can play. And this has been now the 2nd season. It's been like that, Tom.
So in that case, is it not a blip? Is it a serious concern?
I think it is a concern. I mean, I know I said at the top of the show a 6, but I want to have a little bit of balance, because I still think, regardless of what team I support, Man City are a top side. You know what I mean? They've got one of the best managers ever to manage in the game. But I think I look at this team and I just think their strength in depth is so different to how it used to be. You look at Arsenal this year, their depth is the way City used to be. And that's no coincidence to me why Arsenal are thriving at the top of the league. But, like, yeah, I thought last year it was just a blip. This year it's looking a bit more concerning. They're playing Wolves at the weekend. So that should be, I mean, to be fair to Rob Edwards, Wolves are doing a bit better of late. But to be fair, like, City should get that one wrapped up.
Well, Rodri, brilliant player, experienced player, but 2 yellow cards in less than a minute.
Not something you'd expect from someone like him. And I still don't think he looks fully fit. You know, I know that he's had that ACL injury. I had the same injury myself. I know it's difficult to come back from. Then there's, like, you know, FIFA Club World Cup, he's playing in those types of games. They're trying to manage his minutes, but there's always that conundrum, can City play without Rodri? Remember last year, they were like, oh, the reason why they're not winning is because Rodri isn't there. And he's such a main impact on this team. But a player like him, they were yellow cards. Like, he should know better. We all make mistakes, but he should know better in that moment, and especially when he's captaining the side. So, you know, that last night was fair play to Bodo Glimt, because, you know, people often focus on these types of teams, which I understand, but that was probably really embarrassing for Haaland, going back home. You know, all the fans were there. It's almost like that non-league type of stadium, isn't it? It's artificial pitch. And, like, fair play to Bodo Glimt, because when they went up by 2 early on, you know, in the first 20, 25 minutes, we all still thought City will probably come back and win this one like 5-2 or something. And that was the City of old for me a couple of years ago. So fair play to Bodo Glimt, but I feel for Haaland, because he would have been quite embarrassed last night going back to his, you know, home country and getting beat.
Yeah, that's the word he used, wasn't it? He said embarrassing. Well, Sky Sports are partnered with Finalysis to discover true fan opinion, to have your say on your club. Download the Finalysis app now. You can scan the QR code here for more details. Let's speak to a Manchester City fan in Aston Buckley. Right, OK, Aston, last night it was Bodo Glimt's first win in the Champions League ever. How concerned were you by that performance?
Yeah, very concerned. I mean, there was no fight, no desire, no energy at times, and mainly a lack of quality, which has been the big problem since the start of the year, I feel. It started in really the Manchester derby where City didn't turn up. They could have lost that game 7-0, and I don't think we could have complained. Last night it could have been 5, and I am really concerned about what's going on at the moment. I don't quite understand what the issues are, and it could be the strength in depth, it could be the lack of leadership in the team with the injuries, but something's going wrong massively.
When you say strength in depth there, is there any excuse for that? Because while most clubs have been quiet in January, you've brought in probably the 2 most sought-after players in the Premier League. I know they couldn't play last night, I know that, but I'm being in general.
Yeah, 2 great signs. They couldn't play last night, which I think City did struggle with. I think they could have done with both those players last night. I mean, Núñez has been out injured, I think, which has been a big one at the moment, with obviously the defence already struggling with Diaz and Vardy out. Yeah, Stones is out as well. Núñez has been fantastic at right back, which I wouldn't have thought at the start of the season. He's really, really come on in that position. He missed the Manchester derby, so Rico Lewis comes in there. I think Lewis had a really bad game. I think that then Pep Guardiola didn't trust him yesterday. So you've got Lewis a right back in midfield, you've got O'Reilly midfielder at left back, and then you've got Aït-Nouri left back at right back. It just seemed all over the place at times in that one. Since Rodri's come back, which is great to have him back, Nico has been injured, so we're lacking his sort of energy off the ball. Rodri isn't up to the standard yet. He's not fit, I don't think, to play in so many games. With Nico injured, he's playing pretty much every game. And then I suppose there is questions to be asked of Pep Guardiola. I don't like to do that. I mean, he's been amazing for City for so long. But before the extra game, he's saying Haaland's exhausted, he's tired. He starts him in that one. And then he played another 94 minutes again last night. So if he's tired, why is he playing every game? And you can see he's tired.
Yeah, Aston, I want to just jump in here because I spoke about Pep and, like, regardless of what team I support, I have a lot of respect for Pep Guardiola. And you were saying you're not quite sure what's exactly going on, but, like, he looks exasperated, doesn't he, at times? You know when Jurgen Klopp, like, left the Liverpool job and everybody was quite shocked when it happened? And as we see, pressure is on these managers now, isn't it? But, like, he just looks, and it's infectious. When you have a manager that looks like they just run themselves into the ground, maybe it is time for Pep to move on.
I'd never want that to happen, so I'm hoping he stays another 10 years and longer, really. I mean,
really, though,
I do
even with
that.
regards to how the last 2 seasons have gone, like, I'm not denying he's been one of the greatest ever managers, and we have that nostalgia as fans. You know, I'd love Sir Alex Ferguson to come back to Man United, but, like, the last 2 years, Man City have been nowhere near the levels, and Pep looks like, when he's in his pressers, after the games, he just looks like he's tired.
I think he is tired. He probably is tired. Maybe he does decide to go out in the season. There's lots of rumours about that. I personally think he'll figure a way out of it. He always has done that in the past. I know his scars of last season, which was a big problem. City do feel like they're going a little bit the way of last season with those injuries in the back line, and then suddenly it's they're causing big problems. But I think the more so this season is we've got problems in the back line. Defensively, they're all over the place. Going forward, they don't look creative at all. I mean, Haaland's not doing much, is he? But there's no chances being created for him to score goals. He had one chance.
So is that what it's down to? Is it down to people not feeding Haaland, or is it down to Haaland not performing?
It's a bit of both, I think. I mean, he's getting a lot of stick at the moment, Haaland, and he's a top player, so he should. He's not to this standard, and I think he understands it himself. But in the derby and the same last night, there's 10 outfield players that aren't doing their job. It's not just one man there. It's the whole team. Other than the goalkeeper, no one can walk out of those 2 games and say, I performed to the level that was expected of me. I personally feel it's a midfield issue. That is what, from what I can see, I think when you look at the City midfield yesterday, the goals they concede, every time Bodo Glimt come forward, they're so exposed the back because there's no midfielders helping those defenders out. Max Elaine was sort of left on his own, a youngster there to defend, 2 against 3 at times, 2 against 4. What can he do? And the midfield isn't helping. I think City have maybe made a mistake in the midfield. I know we've signed Semenyo in the forward areas. That's going to help us there. Mark Gay is going to bring some much-needed leadership to the back line. But I think Gay is going to find that he's going to be quite exposed in games because at Palace he plays in a back 3. He's got those wing-backs that play the more natural full-backs, a back 5, 2 holding midfielders in front of him. He's not going to get that at City. It's not going to happen. The full-back is going to go high and wide. You're going to have your midfielders sometimes not helping you out, and that's going to be a problem.
Just a quick one on the title race. I know you've always been confident. We talk about it every week, but our guests on the show often say Manchester City are going to win the title. On Monday, Darren McAntony said he's starting to waver on that. And yesterday, Jamie O'Hara said, I'm waving the right flag. Arsenal have won the Premier League. What do you think now after the weekend?
You've got to back your own team always. I think that is one thing as a fan. You've always got to believe there's some hope. If you'd asked me at 3 p.m. on Saturday, it would have been a different answer. I think I wasn't so happy then. I thought it was over. I avoided trying to find out what the Arsenal result was. Luckily, they've slipped up again, haven't they? They've dropped points again. So I think it's not over yet, but City do need to find some inspiration, some energy, some creativity, and start playing the way they need to again. They need to start scoring goals, and they need to they need to start defending a lot better because, I mean, Bodo Glimt aren't a top side, are they? And to tear City apart like they did yesterday is really worrying.
Listen, it's not all doom and gloom. You just signed Gehi and Semenya, like, that's a good window, isn't it, really?
I don't think you could have done much better. I don't think they could have done much better in getting those two. But Aston, thank you.
Thanks, Aston.
Thank you.
On that thrilling performance from Manchester United over Manchester City on Saturday lunchtime, arguably one of United's best performances in recent seasons. What was most impressive about it for you?
I think the energy of Manchester United in the game and almost a back to basics sort of idea about how they went about it. We're going to analyse that on Monday Night Football tonight with Thierry Henry and get into the nuts and bolts of that, really. But it did feel like a little bit of a throwback, and I mean that in a complimentary way about how they went about it. Really a lot of talk this week about Manchester United's DNA and what they sort of like and the energy within the stadium, and it was fast, it was energetic, it was counter-attack, and they are the hallmarks of some of the great sides that Michael Carrick actually played in. So it was a brilliant result for them, but there'll be tougher tests to come over the next sort of few months.
Arsenal next.
Yeah, listen, Arsenal,
exactly.
It'll be a different game.
You're the perfect person to ask about Lisandro Martinez's comments that he aimed at Paul Scholes after the match, because Scholes and Nicky Butt had been talking about him and this potential battle, of course, with Erling Haaland in that match on Saturday. But Martinez saying, come and say it to me. Come over to my house if you want. And Scholes replying on social media saying, I'll come round for a cup of tea. Yeah. Should he go round for a cup of tea? Should they talk it out?
He should. I mean, I am one to know how this sort of feels.
Yes.
Certainly getting into disputes with players. But what I would say, and I'm sure from Paul Scholes and Nicky Butt's point of view, it's never personal. You know, they're passionate about the club. I'm passionate about Liverpool. But I do think in our job, we give opinions on players and managers. So if someone wants to give an opinion on us, you've got to take it. You know, you can't be one way. Yeah. So listen, I think Paul Scholes made a really good joke about it. Hopefully they'll have a little cup of tea together, shake on it, and move on from there.
And that's it. Right, let's talk about the club you are very passionate about then in Liverpool. 6 draws now in their last 9 Premier League games. What's been, I don't know, maybe most concerning for you? What the issues that we've seen across this run, and does Arne Slot have the answers?
The concerning thing over this run is Liverpool are playing with the handbrake on. Now, I don't think that was the case at the weekend. I think Liverpool played really well, and sometimes you have to accept you don't get the result that you really deserve, which Liverpool did. So I don't think this game in isolation reflects what we've seen over the last couple of months. But the dilemma for every manager in every team, in every league, no matter what you're playing, where you're playing, is balance between attack and defence. Now, the balance wasn't right at the start of the season. It fell too much in the attacking sense, and Liverpool were leaving themselves open at the back. End-to-end games, lots of goals. So Arne Slot has stopped that. He's stopped the defeats, right? But the balance has almost gone too far one way now, where that energy and pace in the team isn't there. So it's a lot slower. The footballers are a lot big pragmatic, if you would like, but he's done that to stop the end-to-end games, to try and make the team stronger defensively. Now he's always got to move this needle a little bit more attacking. And listen, if it was easy, you know, every manager could do it. But that's the conundrum for everybody, getting the balance between attack and defence. And he hasn't been able to get that right all season. It was too far one way at the start of the season. Now it's maybe too far the other way. Maybe Mo Salah will change it when he's back.
Patient, but the news has just been confirmed. Mark Gehi is a Manchester City player. The move has been completed in the last few moments. £20 million the fee, taking him from Crystal Palace here to Manchester City. He signed a 5.5-year contract. That'll take him right through to the summer of 2031. And it really echoes what's been stressed to me by people inside of Manchester City over the last couple of days, that this is very much a signing for the future, for a number of years. Not a knee-jerk reaction to their injury crisis, but a player they've tracked for a long time, a player they've admired, one they see as one of the best and most talented central defenders in the Premier League. And the opportunity that's arisen in this window to sign him, £20 million, and bring him here to Manchester City to be part of the second half of their season as they try and compete on 4 fronts. front, specifically, of course, in the Premier League to try and hunt down Arsenal at the top. It's a real coup for the club. But what about the player that led Crystal Palace to their first ever major trophy when they beat City at Wembley in the FA Cup final in May? He could have had his pick of the big clubs in Europe in the summer when his contract expired at Palace, but instead he's chosen to move in this window, and he sat down with the City Club TV channel to explain why he did that.
Mark, huge congratulations. You're a Manchester City player. How does that sound?
It's a relief, but yeah, very proud, really excited to get started. I'm very grateful to God.
You've had a fantastic few years at Crystal Palace, and you're now recognised as one of the best centre-backs in the Premier League. Just for any City fans who have maybe not seen you play quite so often, what are your strengths, what are your attributes, and what kind of player are we getting?
If I'm being honest, I think I'm someone who doesn't have any attributes that stand out, but I say I'm quite well-rounded in everything, balanced, I'd like to say. But definitely I think what I can bring is a calm, good level head, and just being a good teammate.
Your improvement in recent seasons has been kind of really rapid. What would you put that down to, that sort of vast improvement?
I'm grateful that I've got good people around me, people that push me. So I'd say, you know, everyone always talks about productive environment. I'm a product of having those people around me that push me, that help me every single day. And, you know, I'm glad that those people are in my life because, you know, they help me to get better.
What were some of the main reasons for joining City? Because obviously you've probably done a lot of thinking about this before you came. What are those sort of main drivers for you being here?
I mean, first and foremost, it's such an honour, such a big club to come and play for this club. And I think for me, I've always just been obsessed with getting better and wanting to improve. That's something that I'm constantly striving for. And I think this is the perfect place for me to do that. You know, the environment, you know, I've heard so much about the club and the fans. You know, the players speak for themselves, the manager. So it's definitely the right environment for me to improve and just get better. And, you know, hopefully I can bring what I have to the table to help every single person here too.
You've captained England at various age group levels, and obviously you were Crystal Palace captain from a very young age as well. It seems leadership kind of comes naturally to you. Where do you think that comes from?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. It's something that I'd say other people have picked up on. It's not necessarily something I'd say I have, or I believe that I have, to be honest. I'm just trying to be myself. It's something that, you know, since I have had the opportunity to captain those teams, I've tried to improve on it, tried to really focus and hone in on those leadership skills. And it's something, you know, hopefully with this squad I can improve on by just looking at the other leaders that are in the team as well.
So there you go, Mark Gahey, extremely humble, wasn't he, in that chat, his first chat as a Manchester City player. But look, he is clearly a player of undoubted talent. That's something that Director of Football Hugo Viana has pointed to. He said he's one of the best players in the Premier League, best central defenders in the Premier League, but also a player he feels is entering his prime, which is a really key part of this, isn't it? This is a player that can go straight into that Manchester City first team and have an impact between now and the end of the season. Just like Antoine Semenyo, the player they'd already bought in this January transfer window. This is a player who's up to speed in the top flight, knows what it takes to be successful. Semenyo's hit the ground running with 2 goals and an assist already in a City shirt. They'll be hoping, of course, Mark Gahey does the same. He's not obviously part of the Manchester City squad in Norway. They touched down around an hour ago in Bodo ahead of their Champions League tie tomorrow night against Bodo Glimt. Actually, a lot of importance placed on that game after that loss against Bayer Leverkusen earlier on in the league stage of this competition. They're still trying to make sure they get into that top 8. We'll hear from Pep Guardiola at 5 o'clock this evening. Well, no doubt he'll have and give us his thoughts on the signing of Mark Gahey. But what a signing it is. What an exceptional transfer window this is turning out to be for Manchester City. Semenyo in, Gahey now a Manchester City player as well. £20 million the fee that's brought him here, and just to reiterate, he signed a 5.5-year contract, keeping him here until the summer of 2031.
No stopping Arsenal in this season's Champions League. Another win, 7 in a row for the first time in their history in the European Cup and Champions League, and winning against last year's runners-up by 3-1. Gabriel Jesus started tonight. He got the first 2, and Victor Gyökeres off the bench to score the third. So Arsenal, who haven't won or even scored in their last 5 visits to Italy since beating AC Milan back in 2008, go to Milan and win by 3-1. They are through to the last 16 of the Champions League, and they are through guaranteed a top 2 finish, which, as I said before, means they'll have home advantage for the second legs of their knockout ties, which could be crucial. Still, they play across North London at Tottenham Hotspur on a much better night for Spurs. Michael Dawson.
A brilliant night. It should have been 3-0, and that would have just capped it off for Thomas Frank. They had an opportunity going through. Xavi Simons, man of the match for me, plays Pedro Porro through, should go one-on-one and just leather the ball in the back of the net. But the atmosphere around the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium tonight, completely different feeling to what it was at the weekend. Well done, Thomas Frank. He's quite a few people for a few days. Bring on Burnley now. Job done. Well done, Thomas Frank. Up to 4th in the Champions League and on 14 points. Yeah. Very good.
Champions League at home is not a problem, is it? They've won every game there.
Like it, no.
Yeah, it's the Premier League. How different was tonight to the weekend?
Well, the first 45 minutes, the job was done. I mean, the turning point was a sending off. They were dominant before that, but when the Borussia Dortmund went down to 10 men, it was only one way. But they were dominant before that. They deserved the win. Some big performances. Pedro Porro, I have to mention. Janai Byfield, 17 years of age. Special moment for him. Not just his Premier League, his Tottenham Hotspur debut. Champions League at the age of 17. Congratulations. Well done, Spurs.
And how much does that ease the pressure on Frank?
Well, it does. It quietens. And we touched on it before the game. How do you silence your critics? You win football matches. You can talk about your performances. It was very good performance tonight. It was comfortable. But you've got to move on to the next one. That's one ticked off. Burnley is a bigger kettle of fish away from home now.
Think they rest players now in the Premier League to win the Champions League?
Easy, Tim. I mean, look, it was another injury
I'm being serious. No. I mean, that's our only chance of finishing in the Champions League next season by winning this competition. So, but I know where that gets you.
Thomas Frank has to take every game and win football matches. We said it, Tim. But it's another injury to Lucas Bergvall went off. Pedro Porro ends up in the middle of the park. They're light on numbers, but a big positive. Dominic Solanke getting the goal. Some big performances. Credit to the Spurs fans as well. There was an atmosphere there that we haven't seen for a long while. But we all know in football, winning football matches will do that.
Yeah. Coming up, though, they go to Burnley. Then they go to Eintracht Frankfurt in the final game where they'll try and secure a place in the last 16. And then, you know, they've got Manchester City at home, Manchester United away, Newcastle and Arsenal back-to-back at home. There are some big games coming up for Thomas Frank. He is not out of the woods, is he?
No, of course he's not. You're never out of the woods as a manager because you look at the fixtures coming up. And if you're not winning and you go on a bad run, which they have been on at home, this has been going on for way too long. But all you can do is take care of your next one. I listened to his press conference yesterday. He was talking about sticking together. And we've been in situations, all of us, when you play football, you go through moments in your career where you're lacking confidence, lacking belief, losing football matches. But what can you do? You can go out and put performance tonight, enjoy this, prepare for Burnley on Saturday.
Yeah, and 4th in the Champions League table, ahead of that game in Germany against Frankfurt, who are 4th bottom in the Champions League table. And it could be that Thomas Frank, despite calls for him to lose his job at the weekend, could lead Tottenham into the last 16 of the Champions League directly without the need of playoffs. Don't forget, next Wednesday night is the final night. Every single team playing on one night. You can follow that on Soccer Special with us. Will Tottenham be among the top 8?
As permanent Manchester United head coach in the summer. Speaking on Monday Night Football, Carragher believes United should consider Eddie Howe, Luis Enrique, Julian Nagelsmann and Thomas Tuchel.
They don't just need a top manager, they need someone who's got the energy 24/7, that drive to push that club on in every... It's not a guy who's almost like a manager who sits there and sort of makes decisions in terms of buying players. It's a relentless drive. Looking at probably 2 there for me in terms of Thomas Tuchel. He's been in the Premier League before. He's obviously a top manager. The thing I like about him is I still think he's got that energy and drive and spikiness about him. He's gone into the England squad and he's ruffled feathers with some of the biggest players there. Now, I'm not saying that has to happen in every job he's in, but there's something about him, he just feels like he'd sort of go to war for your club and he'd be fighting against the other clubs and he'd have something about him. Nagelsmann, Listen, I don't know everything about him, but I do look at a sort of a coach who's got a sort of a big reputation. He's probably got a lot to prove as well. Now, Luis Enrique, you would absolutely have him all day. The real big thing that I like about Eddie Howe is how he handles the press. You've got to be able to handle the press as a Manchester United manager. It's the club that's on the back pages more than any other club in this country. And I think Newcastle, we probably don't think it from the outside, but when you're inside Newcastle and you live in that city, that is just a constant thing. And he handles it brilliantly. And I actually want to cross out Michael Carrick. And the reason I say that
You've
is
been very praiseworthy with your analysis earlier.
Yeah, I was. But do I believe this guy can win us the league? Can he do it? It doesn't mean he will do it, but I've got to believe he can. I don't believe Manchester United could win the league with Michael Carrick as the manager.
Right, so before we get to that four-man shortlist, should Carrick have been on it?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I disagree with Jamie there because I think when you look at the managers that are now coming in to the Premier League, the young managers, would you believe that Arsenal could win the title with Arteta when he first come in? And no, of course not. Chelsea, they brought in Rafinha. Do you think he could, win the Premier League with them right now? Not yet, but who knows? Look at Arteta. Michael Carrick for me is a really good manager. I've seen him at work. He's a brilliant coach. He knows Manchester United. He was a top player. He's got respect. He's talking about Luis Enrique. Of course, everyone wants Luis Enrique. Nagelsmann. Of course you want Nagelsmann. But I think Manchester United right now, they need stability and they need a manager who knows the football club, knows the Manchester United way, knows how he wants to set the team up. And I think that guy right now is perfect for Michael Carrick. Now, listen, if he goes on and he loses games against Burnley and, he loses games, and he go, OK, maybe he's not the guy. But I tell you what, I watched him at Man City, against Man City, and that was a Manchester United team that I could watch. That was a proper Man United performance. OK, it's against Man City, it's a cup final. He's got to do it week in, week out. If he goes and wins 8, 9, 10 games, gets top 4, why shouldn't Michael Carrick be considered for the Man United job? Why? Why not?
Well, actually, we're doing a poll this morning and we've added Michael Carrick to it. So you've got Jamie Carragher's 4 plus Michael Carrick, and we've got other there as well. And as you can see, Carrick's actually second and only just behind Luis Enrique. There's no clear... It's not like someone's got 70 or 80% there. No. Luis Enrique with 27, and then it's Michael Carrick with 25.
Yeah, but look, of course, Luis Enrique, he's a world-class manager, and but Luis Enrique's got unbelievable players at PSG, and he's built a really good side. Of course you want Luis Enrique. But Michael Carrick, he knows what he's doing, Michael Carrick. He knows Man United. He's got really good backroom staff. He's got Jonathan Woodgate in there. Woody knows his stuff. He's got respect, in the game. He's a brilliant coach. He's been at Real Madrid. He's been in the Premier League for a long time. The players are going to respect what you could see instantly after that game against Man City. Michael Carrick had his arm around Kobe Manu. He's laughing with Bruno Fernandes. They're on board with him. They're disillusioned with Ruben Amorim and his tactics, and it weren't for Man United. Michael Carrick knows what Man United's about. He knows how they want to play, and he's got some really good players. If he can keep Mbuemo fit, Cunha, Fernandes, Kobe Manu comes back into the team. I thought he was superb. Michael Carrick can win the Premier League for Man United. Michael Carrick, if you give him the right foundations, you give him a decent infrastructure, good recruitment, Michael Carrick can win the Premier League with Man United.
No English manager has ever won the Premier League. Did you know that?
Maybe I'll take that back then.
Yeah, well, no. You've got Carrick if he gets the job. You've got Rafinha and Eddie Howe's up there with Newcastle as well.
But Tom, we're seeing a lot of English managers all of a sudden. I love it. It's good to see. And we're quick to dig out people getting opportunities. How's Rafinha getting a job at Chelsea? But I tell you what, it's great to see young managers, English managers, British managers getting the opportunity to manage big clubs in the Premier League. We ain't seen that before. We ain't seen that for a long time. Maybe this is time for change, and people can agree with it or not, but we've got some young managers, really good young managers, who are coming into the Premier League now, give them the opportunity to maybe go and win a title.
Well, would you say there that Carrick can win the title at Manchester United? What sort of time frame are you putting in? Everyone at home, by the way, we want to know, do you think Michael Carrick can win the title at Manchester United? All right, get your voice notes in on that. We'll revisit this throughout the show. We're also going to be joined by a Manchester United fan from 11 o'clock. It is a big claim from Jamie. What do you think? Can they win the title with Michael Carrick? You're not saying this season.
No, I'm not saying it.
I know that. But
listen, Arteta's had
just
5.
To be clear,
Arteta's had 5 years, Tom. No one. Arsenal fans wanted Arteta out. after a couple of seasons, but they stuck with him. They stuck with a plan, and they've reaped the rewards now. They built a team, they trusted his process, and they believed him in as a manager. That was his first job. You know, and now Arteta is classed as one of the best managers in the world. I'm not saying Michael Carrick is going to be an Arteta, but what I'm saying is he's got the fundamentals. He knows what Man United's about. He was a top player. His style of football. I think if you give him the right infrastructure, I'm not saying it's going to happen in 2 years. It might happen in 5. I think Man United would take that. If you said that you're going to be challenging for the title in 5 years, like Arsenal, over the next 3 seasons, finish 3rd, 2nd, all of a sudden you're there, I think Man United fans would say, I'm not saying Michael Carrick is the definite answer. I'm saying why not?
Yeah. Well, you did actually say if he does well between now and the end of the season. You didn't say give it to him now. In fairness, away from that head coach situation, you'll have seen this with like Nicky Butt. He's told Lisandro Martinez to grow up and deal with criticism. Because Martinez challenged Paul Scholes to speak to him face to face after Scholes and Butt mocked the defender's size ahead of the Manchester derby. Now, he actually played very well in that Manchester derby, didn't he?
He's actually a really good player.
Which does help Martinez's case.
Of course.
What do you think here? I mean, you, Butt, Scholes, you're paid to give your opinions.
Yeah.
Do you expect the players to react like that?
Yeah, Nicky Butt and Paul Scholes are on a completely different level to me. They are Man United legendary status. They can say what they want and they have every right to share their opinion. And a player has every right to answer back. You know, everyone's a right to you know, hold their ground and stake their claim and say, hold on a minute, I disagree with that. Martinez coming out saying, you know, come round my house. And Nicky Butt was quite funny. He said he's 50 years old. We're going to go round your house for it, you know? Like, you know, I think you've got to be, when you're playing for Manchester United, as Jamie Carragher said, they are the most talked about club in the world. Everyone talks about Man United. They are the big story. And when you've got legends like Nicky Butt, Paul Scholes, who are entitled to their opinion, you know, you have to swallow it.
Is it quite good to see Martinez reacting?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
We sometimes do criticise players and managers for purposely not giving a proper answer when they're asked by reporters anything. He has actually given... He said, well, why doesn't he say it to my face?
I've got no issue with Martinez coming out and answering back. You know, and you've got... But listen, you've got to take criticism when you're at the big clubs. As a manager, as a player, you are under scrutiny every single week. And it's all right for Martinez, you know, saying, you know, what he said, but, you know, he's just come back into the team and he had a really good game. And I like Martinez. I think he's a good player. I've seen Martinez have some stinkers as well. So, you know, at the end of the day, you've got to take criticism. Play well to the end of the season, you know, build that football club and get them in the top 4. Then you can say to Nicky Butt, come on and let's go and have a coffee, you know. But right now, Nicky Butt and Paul Scholes, who are legends of the game, every right to criticise Man United.
Match which saw Senegal head coach Pape Thiaw direct his players off the pitch in an extraordinary protest in the final. It was after this late VAR awarded penalty for Morocco in the dying minutes of normal time. Now, goodness me, what is the referee's responsibility in this particular situation? I mean, it was utter chaos. How do you try and keep a sense of calm? Is there anything you can do?
I think you've used the right word, Hayley. You've got to stay calm, you've got to stay focused, you've got to stay composed, and you've just got to hope that reason will prevail. And as it did, I think it's Mane, wasn't it? He stopped on the field.
Yeah.
He convinced the players to come back. He did a great job because he brought them back. It was, I feel for the referee. You know, it's probably one of the biggest games of his life.
Yeah.
You know, he's in that environment, and it's suddenly out of his hands because he can't physically go and wrestle them players back on. He's got to thank Mane and say, you know, thanks for taking responsibility and ensuring the game restarted.
Had they have not come back out, what would have happened? Would the trophy have been awarded to Morocco?
Oh, who knows? Who knows? I mean,
did they take the penalty though?
Well, they wouldn't have had a goalkeeper to shoot against them. But if they hadn't come out, there's going to be big, serious... I think there'd be repercussions anyhow, but the repercussions would be massive if they hadn't come back out.
Can I just say one thing? Obviously, we're going to go back. Like, when I was watching that game on commentary, I think this big whole situation happened because earlier on in the tournament, there was talk that Morocco were getting the benefit of the doubt in certain situations because they was a home nation.
Right.
And when we see the initial foul for the goal that was disallowed on Hakimi, it was very soft. It was, they were both kind of pushing and shoving with their hands, but they were both looking at the ball. I think it was the defender that won the header, come off the crossbar, someone put it in. But the referee, like Dermot always says, the referee blew his whistle so fast. And it was a situation where if he had have just given himself time to wait and assess the situation, he probably wouldn't have made that bad situation. The ball goes up the other end, and again, it was another really soft decision on Diaz, where I think it's Juff has put his arm around. Yeah, he's had his hand on his neck. But when you freeze it, it can look a certain way. But it was really soft again, and the referee gives the penalty. That's when the manager and everyone started, there was a big Caracas on the side, everyone's arguing, the players are arguing. And actually Diaz went up to the referee and it looked like he convinced the referee to give the decision. And that's when all this started. And that's when the manager was like, get everyone off the pitch, go into the dressing room. And to be fair to Mane, who's a hero, for Senegal, but in all, African football, I mean, world football, really. He's done so much for football. He was one that stayed out. And then he went back in, you see him jog back in and say, listen, we need to come out and we need to finish this game. And thankfully, in the end, I think Senegal prevailed. And I think they were the better team anyway. But when we think about this African nations now, it's not going to be because of the football match. It's going to be because of this incident. And that's a shame, really.
Well, you hope not, don't you, Jay? Because it was such a fabulous goal to win a match, to win a tournament. So hopefully people look back and say, well, common sense prevailed, they came out, the game was finished, and the game was won by a moment of magic.
I mean, you would like to say that, but today we've come in and we're not talking about the goal. I know it's ref watch, but a lot of the news that I've seen is there was a big commotion in the game. Look at this, but the game was won by this goal. So that came first, and then the goal came secondary, where it should be the opposite way around. But, I mean, like I said, this kind of thing can't happen because it doesn't look good for the African nations.
What's the most chaotic game that you've ever been involved in as a referee? Anything like that?
Must be one with Man United.
No, I had a game in the FIFA military games with the Ivory Coast against Syria, and the Ivory Coast had to get a draw. They were 2-1 down. It was all right, and then suddenly went 3-1 down, and discipline just got lost. And I sent 3 players off in 24 minutes. They just completely lost their discipline.
Did you regret any of the decisions?
I made sure I was close to a security man when I blew the final whistle.
Joe, what about you? Just quickly, go on. Can you remember a decision that annoyed you so much that you would have walked off the pitch or wanted to walk off?
I stood next to you.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say some of Dermot's was terrible. No, nothing that I would walk off the pitch for. But there's definitely decisions. I can't really remember off the top of my head. But there's definitely decisions where I'm like really, really upset.
But also, conversely, there must be loads of decisions that you think, I was lucky to get that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there was definitely some that I was lucky to get away with as well.
And that's what I say, The trouble is, players always remember the decisions that go against them.
Yeah.
True.
They're the ones that matter.
But now objective. I mean, the fact that Roy Keane was saying that one about Docky, I mean, Roy Keane's been into some, really, really tough challenges. But now he looks at things and, you've got to look at things with a smile, because when you go onto that, when you cross the white lines, you go on there with a completely different mindset to when you come back off the white lines. So, I mean, that's just football.
True. We're going to end on this with a story that is still kind of rumbling on from this about the actual penalty itself, guys, because there have been suggestions from some he's missed on purpose. Look, we don't think that was the case. I've got to say that. But is there a rule around that, Dermot?
Why would he miss on purpose? He's going to throw away the chance to win the African Nations Cup for his home nation in front of his home crowd. It's just, it just wouldn't cross his mind.
I mean, I understand it, but when you see the players react, I mean, the manager took him off.
Yeah, I know.
Because he was that distraught, he was crying. Even when he went to collect his top goal scorer trophy at the end, he just wanted to walk off the stage.
Yeah. Look, on this footballing matter, what do you think of the decision for him to take a Panenka in that situation and that pressure?
I would never. I mean, it took about, 10 minutes to even take the penalty. Like, there's no way that I'm going to stand there and do a Panenka. Like, again, like, you do it maybe if you're... I mean, we have seen some players doing it, like Pirlo and Zidane and people like that, but, I mean, I can't believe he done that. But I definitely don't think that he did that on purpose.
No.
Because you could tell by the reaction. I mean, I'll be surprised if he takes a penalty again in his career, because that will give him nightmares for years. I mean, I've missed a penalty and I've hit it well. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, why did I do that?
It's interesting to say about the time, because I took the penalty for every team I played for. Unfortunately, I never missed.
Really?
But, no, not one.
I need to look back at the record books here.
Not one. But time's a big thing, and the longer you delayed me taking it, the more pressure you put on me.
Because you second guess yourself.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I saw a game once where a referee, he gave a penalty in a Champions League game, a real high-profile game. It's definitely a penalty. And then he went back looking for the player who committed the foul on the halfway line. He's searching around for him, and I'm like, all I want to do is take the penalty if that was me. I'm not interested whether you book him. You're not going to send him off, because if you're going to send him off, you just stop the game.
Yeah.
But whilst you're looking for him, you're putting all the pressure back on me.
I was in a situation before when I was playing for Charlton, and we played against Chelsea, and it went to a penalty shootout. And, you know, I had a slight groin injury, but the manager insisted that I take the penalty because I strike the ball well. You know, when the ball came to me and I'm walking from the halfway line to the penalty spot, so many thoughts are going through your mind, and that's not even like waiting a long time. When I got to the penalty spot, I took the penalty. I said to myself, I want to place it, and I took the worst penalty ever, and Peter Cech dived over it. I think it was Peter Cech or Kudicini, one of the two, dived over it. So I was like, I got away with it, but going up to it and seeing the keepers that are so big, you know, waving their arms, it does make you second guess. And you see what Mendy was doing there, and Mane went up to him as well to make it even more. And then obviously he goes and does that. I mean, he should have just hit it.
Yeah, a shame it ended in that way, but yeah, what a final it was.
It was a great
to
final.
Watch.
Eventful.
Eventful, very true.